the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. All votes on tonight's agenda items will be conducted as a roll call vote, but that will only happen during the special meeting. During the study session, we don't take votes. And I would like to remind the council that during the study session, we will not be adhering to Bob's rules of order. So I will now call the study session to order. We have presentations tonight. I will invite Melissa Sumner, Staff Liaison, to introduce the presentation for the Cultural Council Annual Update.
Good evening, Council. My name is Melissa Sumner, and I am the Community and Cultural Liaison for City of Commerce City. And part of my role is acting as Staff Liaison for Cultural Council. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing the Board President, Jen Martin, here for tonight's presentation.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all.
Microphone.
See, thank you. First time, obviously, standing at this microphone, so good to know for next time. So hello, nice to see you all again. Thank you for the space to share an update on the Cultural Council. As Melissa said, my name is Jen, and this is my second year as chair, so kind of fun to be back and give you some updates. So here we go. You can see here on the next slide a list of our members, and so much to celebrate here because we had our meeting this week and we had a full table, y'all. So exciting that we don't have any vacancies as of September, which is really huge, actually. Yes, I feel like it deserves quite a bit of applause. It's really fun to have a full group of people at the table to engage in dialogue and conversation. In this last meeting, just so much good energy building and some good ideas coming forward that we'll be able to share next year. So a little bit about us, if you don't know, we have up to 15 members, 13 residents, 2 city council folks joining us. We meet on the third Tuesday of each month at the Civic Center, and we are a nonprofit, which makes us pretty unique in that we have a little bit of unique flexibility in being able to apply for grant funds, which has helped fund Music in the Park and other initiatives. And our mission, which you can see on the next slide, is to bring together the community by embracing and creating experiences through art, music, theater, dance, and culturally diverse efforts. The Cultural Council facilitates this by encouraging, promoting, and developing programs for the arts, heritage, and cultural enrichment of Commerce City and partnering communities. And this year, we've really been able to kind of rebring our focus to events that we have been facilitating for several years, and also really bringing some new energy to the public art program, which I'll share about here in a minute as well. So just to give you an update on our goals, on the next slide, you can see our first goal was to increase attendance, total attendance at the Music in the Park series by 25%, and we far exceeded that goal. We were being a little bit maybe cautionary in setting a 25% increase rather than bigger. But I think with y'all's support, the city's support in being able to kind of connect the city events, just continuing to promote, really having some diverse bands and good weather, we were really able to increase our attendance, you can see here, by 83% from last year. So we had over 2,700 attendees across 4 concerts. So not sure if you're able to join any of those, but just a really good, fun space. So just a few other highlights here on the next slide. We were, again, doing that in partnership with Parks, Recreation, and Golf. I think that's been a really fun partnership that's evolved over time that I know will continue to evolve. We were able to secure funding for that event through SCFD, and QCF grants. We will actually find out about future SCFD funding next month, attending an event to be recognized in that capacity. So we were able to host those concerts at 4 different parks, both on the north and the south, on Thursday evenings in June and July. And what was really great this year, we were able to, in partnership with you all and with the grant funding we had, provide free food and food for purchase. We had youth activities. I can picture, I got a little axolotl tattoo on my arm. It was really fun. Dancing, raffles, resource tables. I think just a really fun experience for everyone who was able to attend. And again, as I mentioned, those were in partnership. 2 of those concerts were in partnership with the Summer Shindig. And I think, again, just a really great way to encourage folks to participate. And we're already talking about what next summer looks like. We've got a few dates secured, thinking about the bands and ways that we can create more consistency and equity across all 4 events, thinking about that Summer Shindig and how we can ensure that anyone who comes to any event is really getting a similar experience. So more to come on that, but thank you all for your support and anyone who attended. Our second goal is still a work in progress, and you can see me here in this picture. I'm wearing the exact same outfit, I think. Turns out I just always look this way in the Cultural Council. So anyways, just show a little bit of myself here. We just wrapped up our photography art show from the summer. The photography was displayed at Bison Ridge and Eagle Point. We had 11 participants, which was really great, and it was one of our largest reception attendance overall. We were able to host this one at Eagle Point, and we actually had a really diverse group of artists on age, gender, race, ethnicity. It was really cool just to see. I think our youngest artist was 18, so it was really fun just to see the diversity there. So we are continually just playing with new ideas in regards to the best way to engage the community in this art exhibition. Melissa and I have been talking with the schools and thinking about how we can revive the youth-focused art shows that we used to do and support. Gosh, that's probably been 3 or 4 years now, pre-COVID probably, and ways that we can bring that youth space back to the city and also maybe just engage a broader audience. So we didn't have the fall-winter show. We were able to revive it, and just looking forward to what the next iteration of that the art show looks like, because having public art from our community members, I think is just really essential to see. Our third goal was to wrap 10 traffic boxes utilizing the public engagement art process. And this is, I think, again, just a call to really wanting to think about public art more from our perspective. So you can see we received grant funding from SCFD for this project. We have a call for artists out that actually closes tomorrow. So we've got, how many submissions, Melissa? Do you remember?
We have, for the traffic box, 29 as of end of last week, and it's growing from there, and 10 for Monaco Park. So, and again, that one's growing as well. So a lot of engagement from those submissions.
Yeah, so really excited to see folks putting submissions in, and I think that it's there's some learning here to be done just in regards to how we can put information out to get that public art. So you'll see those be installed, hopefully October through December. So when you drive around, just more community art, which is really fun. And then our final goal was to add just 2 members to our board and really maintain engagement through different events. And as I mentioned earlier, we've added 5 new members, and we've had 2 folks, almost 3, renew their memberships. So really, I think building a pretty fun community of folks to participate, and I think that's due to just really sticking with it, persevering through different opportunities and engagement. So it's been, as I mentioned, just really fun to see people participate and engage. So I think a lot of our members actually came through conversations at Music in the Park and other events. So just continuing to think critically about how we can get more people to know about Cultural Council and stay engaged. So I've been Melissa and I do a lot of brainstorming, taking that seriously of how we can really support each other and make it feel like we can express our own culture and learn more about each other in the process. So 2 more quick updates here. The Hispanic Heritage Celebration that happened this weekend, we were so happy to partner with the city to provide sponsorship for the entertainment, so being able to support the music and bands and the performances that happened. I was unable to attend, but I've heard wonderful things and was very sad that I couldn't be a part of it, but so happy just to be able to provide a craft for attendees and participate. We had a couple of our members participate in the planning committee, so really getting our voice as it aligns, I think, just perfectly to our mission. So again, I think it's a unique experience to be able to partner with the city, which expands our capacity, right? So it gets folks engaged, but doesn't necessarily put too much of the burden on us as a strong and mighty now group of 13 folks, but still, it's a big thing to take on. So happy to support that. And then lastly, as part of the public art project, right, comes maintenance, because although we would love to have nothing ever go bad, things get damaged, things wear and tear. So you can see here that we were able to invest to support the maintenance of the Into the Wind, which sits outside between Monaco and Quebec on 60th. So we were able to support financially with connection to the city, the opportunity to repair that. So I think just a lot of really cool things have been happening. We have a lot of really good momentum. We had some really fun ideas of continued ways we can bring more public art to the space, thinking about how we can support you all in the efforts to bring the North and the South together. So thank you for the support that you give us, the space to do this work. This is a picture from the Memorial Day Parade. We were doing our little float, so just happy to support the city, support public art, support culture, and yeah, just it's an honor to be able to share our outcomes and our successes. So thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Melissa. That was really a great report, and we really appreciate how hard you're all working and doing so well. How about any comments or questions from council members, please? Councilmember Jukes?
Jen, thanks for coming up and presenting and sharing. Just a question for you. This is your second term, right, as chair. Like, can you give a little PA? Like, what do you get out of it, being able to volunteer your time and contribute to the Cultural Council?
Yeah, great question. So I think a lot. I work from home, and I work remote, and my organization is nationwide. And so I found myself, I have a 4-year-old at home, so I found myself kind of like, where do I go? How do I learn about my city? Where can I get connected? And so the boards and commissions seem like a great place to start. And so being able to participate in that, I met new people. I was able to learn more just about the city, opportunities to be here, to go to events, to learn about them. And so I think for me, it just continues to bring adult connection, information about the city. I really love the awareness I now have of public art. So anytime I travel for work a lot, when I go to cities, I'm also just like, oh, look, I wonder who, look at that. Like someone did that, right? Someone had to create a plan to make that happen. So I think it's just energizing to be able to hear other people's ideas, engage with a variety of different folks, see the different opportunities and vision that the city has and be a part of it, right? To be able to contribute something and connect. So it's just been a fun experience, actually. And I like participating as a member. It's also fun to, chair and hold a different role, just to be in a different capacity. So keeps my brain going. And also lastly, I just love to think about how to build community, right? And I see this very much as a space of community where we can connect. I'm connecting with people that I probably wouldn't get to see on a regular basis for several reasons, right? So I think that's what it is for me. Yeah.
And thank you very much, Jen.
You're good.
This is Melissa. I know you're Jen. Okay, great. Councilmember Douglas.
So I would be remiss if I did not say something, because I've been a member of the Cultural Council off and on for the last 20 years. And this go-around has been just spectacular. We are growing in ways that I never expected. So I'm just so thankful for all of your contributions. And I also want to make mention of Dr. Rana Sanchez. She writes our grants, and if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have all of the funding that we have and are able to spend on the community. And I just am so grateful that she is willing to go above and beyond, because grant writing is not easy. And she makes it look easy, and it's not. So I wanted to mention her. And then I'd like to welcome all the new members. It's so exciting to see all the new people coming on board. And for the people who have been around for a while and have taken different positions as officers and just made such spectacular contributions, because it's such an important part of who we are as a community. So just had to say thank you to both of you and everyone else who is not here tonight. But yeah, Cultural Council is booming. So let's keep it going. And it's great to find out that we don't have any vacancies at this point. Is that right?
Yep.
Wow. All right. So maybe we'll have to expand membership or something. We'll see about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may have noticed that the mayor should be sitting here. I'm sitting in tonight, and he is here via Zoom. So Mayor Douglas, you have a question or a comment?
Yes, thank you. I thank you very much, Jen and Melissa, and everyone on the Cultural Council who contributes. This is great. This is great for the city. This year, people have attended the Cultural Council events in great numbers, which is really exciting for our city. That shows people are not only getting out, but they are well informed and prepared, and to spend the time. One thing I just wanted to note: I know we had Juneteenth, and we offer free food and everything. And this being a Hispanic Heritage event that went on yesterday, is there any way in the future, and this is to our Kathy Blakeman, Deputy City Manager, that we could have food vouchers for people, just like we did for Juneteenth? I think that would be only fair.
We could certainly look into that, sir.
Okay. All right. So yes, without the Cultural Council, people would not know as far as preserving and promoting our community, especially through the culture on the heritage side. So it's really truly inspiring. But I just want to echo what was said before, and thank you for the update.
Thank you again, Jen, and thank you, Melissa. Really appreciate it, and please send our best to the Cultural Council on continued success.
Will do. Thank you both. Thank you all so much. Take care.
We're moving on now to the marketing campaign strategy topic. I will invite Jason Dennison, Director of Strategic Partnerships, to introduce the presentation. But on the other hand, since it's actually Travis Huntington who's sitting in that seat, I'm going to invite Travis to do it instead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Great pivot, by the way. Nice to see you, Travis Huntington, Community Relations Manager, here with you this evening, and here to introduce our partners at Slate Communications. So we have worked with Slate Communications here at the city since 2021 to assist in our strategic communications, branding, publishing, lots of community engagement efforts that they have helped us with, and their specialty is actually local government communications. So we have engaged them to assist us in a marketing campaign discussion, and I would like to introduce Kim Newcomer, who is the founder and CEO of Slate Communications.
Thanks, Travis. Mayor Pro Tem Council, thanks for having me here today. I'd actually just like to start by also acknowledging my coworkers in the room, Kristen and Melita. They do a lot of the hard work in supporting Travis and his team on this account. Today, though, we really just want to have a conversation with you regarding this idea of a marketing campaign for Commerce City. Quickly, we'll talk about what is included when we say marketing campaign. I want to share some examples just so we have some context of what we're talking about. And then the rest of the time is discussion among all of you. Well, I'll be asking you some questions about what you envision this campaign to be and some of the options that we can look at moving forward. So I promise I won't talk a lot during this. I really do want to hear your thoughts as we move forward. Let me just give some context as to where this started. So thanks, Travis. You all might remember in the city manager's 2024 performance evaluation, there's a specific action item that calls out market the city at strategic locations throughout the Front Range by end of Q4. So as staff was starting to figure out, what does that mean? What do we say? What are we trying to market? What are we trying to achieve? We had this realization that we probably needed to take a step back and have a really in-depth conversation with all of you and answer all of those questions before we went and invested the time, resources, and money in that strategic location throughout the Front Range. So when we talk about this marketing campaign, and I know this is really basic, and I know probably some of you are sitting up there saying, you don't need to explain this to us, but I just think it's good grounding. Every marketing campaign starts with goals. What are we trying to achieve? How do we know we've been successful? And that's really where this all starts. From there, we talk about audiences. So based on what we're trying to achieve, who are we talking to? Are we talking to residents? Are we talking to potential residents? Are we talking to potential visitors? All of those are questions we'll discuss here today. From that, we can figure out what do we want to say to them, right? What's the call to action? What are we asking them to do? And then finally, after we get through all of that stuff, then we can talk about what are those investments we're making in implementation? Where are we going to display this messaging? How are we going to get our point across? So let me just give you a couple of examples, and some of them you might be familiar with, and some might be new to you. So each one of the 3 campaigns that I'll share with you started with, we need a marketing campaign. And we did that same process we're doing with you here today. Let's take a step back and talk about why. So this first example is a really simple local campaign. I love Timnath. Does anyone know the town of Timnath up north? Yeah, okay, small community, 10,000 people, growing super fast. And what we realized is there were so many new people to the community that there was a sense of pride, but maybe not that same sense of investment that you get in longstanding communities. So our goal was to inspire community pride and connection among residents. That meant that our audience was very localized. It was the town of Timnath. And so our call to action was just this, simply showcase your love for your hometown through personal stories. And what we did is we set up at events, we gave out cool swag, we had a whole social media campaign and a direct mail campaign to support that effort. This was a smaller campaign, around $10,000, that took place over 6 months. It was funded by their general fund, and how we measured our success was how many people engaged with us online. If you have cute pictures of dogs, you should always share them in a presentation. And so therefore, I just wanted to show you what this looked like in real life. These are some of our social posts. You can see the cute hat, our postcard encouraging people to attend the fall festival to share their stories of why they like where they live. The next example is for Palisade. I feel like I'm taking a poll. How many people know of Palisade? On the western slope. So great, known for wine country and peaches, of course. This campaign was really about increasing tourism. So this was not about creating community pride. This was about getting people to come to this community and, to put it blatantly, spend their time and money and support the local economy. Their audiences are Eastern Utah, Colorado Western Slope, and the Front Range. So you can already tell this example, we're building our audience a little bit bigger. The messaging was really highlighting the fruit and wine scene, outdoor recreation, and of course the events and festivals. All the reasons you'd want to go visit somewhere, right? Implementation, you can see there, was a wide variety of tools, both digital and print, and earned media, but the budget was a little bit more significant in this $40,000 to $75,000 range annually. And this budget is based on larger stacks. So they collect their percentage of lodger's tax based off of hotel stays and verbos, and we use that money to go ahead and market this campaign. Measurement is online engagement, click-through rates, and then because this is a tourism campaign, it's room nights booked. And I'll show you just how this showed up in the real world. Website, print material, partnership with CTO, all sorts of good and variety of types of marketing. The final campaign is an old one. Now, we weren't involved with this from a Slate perspective, but I think it's a great example. And I don't know if any of you recall the Greeley Unexpected campaign. They did this several years ago, and this was a long-term commitment. They doubled down on this, right? And essentially, the goal was designed to change these deeply held misperceptions of Greeley. Everyone who is from Colorado has their own interpretation of what life is like in Greeley, and they wanted to change that. They really focused on the Front Range and heavily invested in events and magazines and billboards, a banner at DIA, newspaper wraps. It was quite extensive. Their messaging really just sort of selected these really unique quality of life elements that were happening in Greeley that maybe you didn't know about. And they brought those to the attention of a wider audience. Their budget was $250,000 to $300,000 annually over 6 years. So not only did they say we want to do this marketing campaign, they said we want to double down and do this year over year over year. Also funded by lodger's tax. And interestingly, they measured their results through perception surveys, right? So they did their resident survey results. They started before the campaign, and then they tested those same questions every 2 years to see how they did. So that was both resident and visitor surveys. And then in case you weren't around when this was everywhere in the Front Range, this is a little bit of what it looked like. So just now that we have some context of what these campaigns can be, I'd love to have the conversation with all of you when we put that action item into the city manager's, I can't remember the official title of the report, his performance expectations. What did you have in mind? And I thought we could start with perhaps a conversation around what your goal might be in this campaign. Is it to change perception? Is it to attract new businesses, new people? Is it to increase visitation? Or is it to celebrate your community and perhaps even some of the accomplishments of your community organization? So I'm going to pause here and Mayor Pro Tem let you handle the conversation side of this and see if anyone has strong feelings about that.
I do have some insights on this, but I will hold my comments until other council members get a chance to speak. So I'll stick with the round robin kind of thing, give everyone one shot, and then we'll go back again. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think I'll take a stab at this. First off, thank you for showing up and for providing the presentation. I'm curious to know, based on Timoth, Palisade, and also Greeley, the outcomes that they were expecting, did they achieve those outcomes, or is it still, has it been the same?
I can tell you in relation to Timoth, because they're a client,
Yeah.
they did achieve what they expected. It was very grassroots, it was very subtle, they had a lot of contributions of positive images. They're a big event community, and so I think tying that campaign to events also helped with that connectivity among residents. And so I do think for their investment, they felt like they had a good ROI.
Okay.
I know Palisade would always like to do more, if I'm honest, right? They're a small community playing in a big pond. Colorado tourism is a tough place to make your mark. And so I do know they are satisfied with their results, but I do also know that if that tourism lodging tax was more than $75,000, they probably would invest it if they could.
Thank you. The other, I was reading this presentation over the weekend too, and all thing trying to come up with some ideas as far as what exactly you want to change, right? Perception wise, I mean, how do you go about changing the perception of Suncor? how do you go about changing the perception of the fact that air quality is bad? You see what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not asking for that to be changed, right? I think that it's always still going to be there. There's always going to be that problem. There's, you know, and I don't know how you fix that. That's just a comment primarily, but then as far as, you know, my opinion, I think based on what I would like to see, obviously, would be more of the, you know, showcasing what the businesses that we do have. It would be great if Victory Crossing would be built out by Cronky, you know, off of Quebec there. It'd be great for them to actually do something like that, but here we are. I mean, to showcase the businesses that we do have, the small businesses that we do have, I think that'd be something that I would like to see more of. It's to kind of give, and I think the other part of this too I look at is we have a whole Derby downtown, and there's perceptions of the Derby downtown as far as where there's all these issues I won't go into. The fact that you have residents on the north side that will that don't want to go down there. They'll pass right by it, you know, and it's like, come on, man. I mean, just if you want to support your own community, check out some of these areas, right? You know, that'd be great. I would love to see something of that. They'd help campaign with that. And then, of course, just kind of some of the small quirks that we may have. You know, who it attracts, whether it's, you know, other businesses, whether it's new residents, that's fine. I mean, just something that'll help with that. But I do think that we do have some, you know, you can't just paint, you can't just put lipstick on a pig, right, and say that it's pretty, right? I mean, it's hard to do that, especially when there are other issues going on. But anyways, that's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Thanks for the 3 examples. And what I would recommend, or what I've put some thinking behind, one is a combination of multiple. I think when we think about Palisade, they found their niche in, say, tourism and peaches. And they really went 100% in and said, this is what we want to do. As you know, 10, 15 years ago, Palisade was the pass-through to Grand Junction. And so they figured out a way to say, this is what we're going to do well, to the point they're in CNN as a destination. And so something to that, like, what is our niche? Helping us figure that out. What is the niche for Commerce City? Is it commerce? Is it opportunity as a gateway towards, you know, Denver as a gateway towards, or whatever? Like, we want to make sure that we find our niche. The other piece I would recommend is Greeley's a good example where you had historically just, it was really literally a cow town. And so being able to talk about the unexpected. And for us, I think it would be an opportunity for us to highlight our Rocky Mountain Arsenal, our nature reserve. Highlight, we do have the only sports, we have the world's largest sports in our backyard with soccer. And then also the unexpected, highlight our trails and parks. We don't do enough of that across our city where we have aerials that show, I've never been in a city you have so many clean, well-maintained parks throughout the city. And that's to include the rec centers as well. So highlight those opportunities, whether it's the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, because there's 1 million people that go through their nature reserve each year. And I would love to have the campaign for Unexpected to really work on the Google searches. So you Google Commerce City, the first thing that pops up is our industrial folks. So we need to really beef that up in terms of internal and external. I'll be the external facing thing. The last is, I love the concept of what do you love about your city, and you drive it from the Love of Cities, which is a book we read early on, and that will be an internal campaign. We did a study a couple months ago, and we talked about the amount of trash violations that are across our cities. Up to 45% of the code violation have to do with improper disposal. And so how do we capture that? How do you love your city, whether you're on the north side, south side, east side? How do we capture that in a way that's providing why people continue to stay in Commerce City, continue to move to Commerce City, and continue to love it? So I love the figure. So a hodgepodge of all three, honestly. The unexpected, why do you love it? And then the external campaign around again, the unexpected. We have so many other things besides our challenges with air quality and things of that nature.
Councilmember Chacon.
Hello, thank you for this awesome recognition too that of Commerce City in a certain way that I think we could actually talk about it forward thinking. Just knowing this space for the years that it's been here, Commerce City is not seen as a place that people live. It's not seen as a place that it's a neighborhood. It's kind of seen, frankly, and I've had people tell me this to my face. My family's from here. I grew up for a while in Wickiup. That it's a dump. It's seen as a place that we don't maintain it properly, or there's a lot of crime, and it's changing that narrative. And it is also with the cumulative impacts of industry. It's seen as a brownfield or an environmental justice site. Even for my other day job, we're constantly talking about my own home as a space that's a disproportionately impacted community. So I do want to address that I don't think it should be just defined as commerce, and also to have an awareness about how commerce can hurt communities and erase them. I joke that sometimes we're not even on a weather map. You see Brighton and Denver, and yet we're right there within 15 minutes, and we have a huge population of different, absolutely culturally beautiful communities. So I would like to see a Commerce City that it does actually start talking about phasing out harmful industries and attracting more sustainable industries. I understand that it's called Commerce City, but at the same time, we're moving with an awareness of those that came before. I talk often about South Platte, and it'd be great to be involved in and show Cultural Council, who I wasn't able to unmute in time. Forgive me, my son has a fever. To be able to talk about that South Platte was called Moonshell River by the Cheyenne and Arapaho. And yet it's called news because it used to look like a moonshell. And so be able to call back those communities and talk about this space with that type of cultural relevance, because those communities still live here. They're often the workforce that travels through here. They're in these spaces with trucking and a number of other spaces. I'm tired of Commerce City being seen as a place that people can come and think that it's trashy and then leave, frankly, too. I want to be able to look at Commerce City to where when we look at Dick's Sporting Goods or we look at other spaces, it could be music venues. We start attracting educational institutions. We start being able to look at continuing education or public access to education in a way that I don't see in many other spaces, but our community can benefit the most from. So I would like to see a space that is culturally relevant and also looks forward thinking. I know at one time we tried to also propose, and I know that it's already been done before, but marathons and triathlons and going through spaces of the core city like you do Cherry Creek or they do Boulder. These have beautiful trails. We do connect with the Arsenal, not that far from Adams High. How are we looking at our spatial spaces to really endorse it as a space with walkability? And then last is walkability, being able to look at it with multimodal. We're so close to Denver. It'd be great if we can start understanding that we should be able to have a connectivity that's not so heavy on just truck and car traffic. How are we really looking at a collective space that we could have mass transit, where we can have multimodal, where we can actually endorse that kind of transit through Commerce City? So I appreciate being able to have this conversation, and I hope that we can look at it with, as I always ring the bell, cultural and trauma sensitivity of our communities, of what's already been done here, but then forward thinking of how can we move with that awareness now to involve these communities in a way that they're not seeing that we're just helping them, but we're able to actually involve them and not displace them, but show their resilience and their beauty. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I think we change everyone's perception of who we are. We are a stigmatized city. However, I like the forward thinking. So we can shed that skin. And we can do that by celebrating our community. We have incredible possibilities, and I have often said that I'd like Commerce City to be the place to come to expect the unexpected. So with that, we have so much potential here. We've got 2 school districts full of young minds who are just eager to thrive, and we need to capitalize on that. We're near the airport. We could attract visitors to the Rapids Stadium and the Wildlife Refuge, especially the Wildlife Refuge. I think we need to work on bringing in higher education and possibly a hospital for a medical facility, maybe a research center. I have really tried to push the possibility of creating a green energy economy here. Not so much to downplay oil and gas, but to move into the next phase of creating energy. And we could do that here, definitely. So I would like to see Commerce City become the first electric energy epicenter where you expect the unexpected, because no one would expect that from us. So my thinking is that by doing that, we can also attract new businesses who should consider our possibilities here. And with that, then we will bring in new residents. And we want residents that aren't renters. We want people to buy here so that they can put their roots into our community. When you rent, you have a revolving door, but when you buy, you put down roots. So that means we have to have different levels of housing, entry-level housing to executive level housing. So we have to have all of that available for our people. And I think that will lead to our celebration. So thank you for presenting tonight, and thank you for listening to us and how we see our community and what all the assets are and what all the possibilities are. Thank you.
Mayor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Thank you for the presentation of this marketing campaign. You know, I think if we're going to do anything, since this is brought up now, is we have a lot to build on in order to get to the point where Palisade is, where Greeley is, and that might take years. This is not going to happen overnight. This is not going to happen in a year, because we are not innovative, and we need to be bold. We keep doing the same thing over and over. Look at our developers. Some of them just keep doing the same thing. Some used to be leading edge, and they've gotten away from that. And we need to do better, because not only do we have $1 billion of leakage that leaves our city, and we need to attract in order to get that back. And that deals with economic development. We should go after a primary employer. Maybe that's something that you guys could do, is attract a primary employer to Commerce City. That's what we're missing. And it's already been, noted about hospitals and colleges. Those are great things to have. And people could come to our city and participate and look for those services that they don't have, but we do. So we have a lot of work to do. And to bring this in now, it's a great talking point, but we need to make sure, like we have in the past, we've talked to consultants, we've done everything we could do to be in this position, but we don't take what has been offered to us. We just put it on the shelf, and then we wait another 5-10 years. And that's very frustrating, because my first time in council for 8 years, work real hard to bring in amenities and services to our residents. And it's great. You want to put things in that are going to outlast your time on council, and be try to what you're doing. You want to try to future-proof your city so that you keep working on that. And yes, we need to reinvent ourselves. I know I said this plenty of times, and Councilmember Dukes stated it, and I stated it again. I'm tired of going to our website and seeing our refinery. It looks like Tinseltown. That is something that we need to work on, and just be better. And if you can help us with that, I'm not looking at $400,000. Let's just start small here, because we don't have much to build on. We have to build those infrastructure. We have to make sure we have things, destinations people can come to. Right now, we only have 2, and they're seasonal. So we need something we need something that's 7 days a week, 18 hours a day. So thank you for bringing it forward. That's all I have to say right now, and I'd like to hear your feedback on that, because we're not there yet, and we need to make sure when we get there, we continue to build on that momentum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yes, I'd like to build on what Commerce City has. And what we have is industry, and we have refineries. We have flour mills, and these businesses are great assets for the entire state. And the refinery is not just the state of Colorado, it takes care of New Mexico, Kansas, Utah, Wyoming, Nebraska, and it branches out a long ways. And I've been here for over 70 years, right here in this community, and I've seen it come a long ways. I mean, Commerce City didn't used to have sidewalks, had a lot of dirt roads, and it stunk from pig farms, and we had dumps everywhere and unregulated. Everything was unregulated back then. Well, now we have regulations, but nobody's recognizing them. Right now, how many people know that any water that comes off from Suncor is cleaner than the water that comes down Sand Creek? That's not being advertised, because we have groups that's working against our industry. And we need to work with our industry, in my opinion, and be proud of it, because it's helping out a whole bunch of people in our state and other states around us. And it's bringing a lot of jobs to the community. So we need to be proud of that. And that's what we need to build on. We got a trail system now that's Sand Creek Greenway. It's come a long ways from what it was. Every year it gets better. The Platte River, every year it gets better. The Friends of the Front Range Wildlife Refuge, or otherwise known as the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. That, from back in the 70s, we used to run out there all the time. That's where we did our hazmat training when I first got on the fire department back then. And we'd take care of all their weed fires and stuff for them. And they've just, how far they've came is just, we need to be proud of all the changes, because those changes weren't made without council people and water department people and the community going back to DC and stuff and working on all that. And we've made we built something beautiful out there, just the Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge. I mean, it is and we need to build off from that and be proud of it, instead of just constantly cutting it down. And the more we cut down our refinery, and our other businesses around our community, the less chances we have of bringing any other businesses to our community. When we start being proud of it, and they can see that we're proud of it, well, then some of these other businesses would be proud to come to Commerce City. But we need to change the way of thinking, in my opinion. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Madera.
So it's probably going to be a little bit repetitive because combination of what the mayor and Councilmember Teeter said, we need to focus on what we do have and, what should the goal of this marketing campaign be? Because we can't get ahead of ourselves. And I almost think like the marketing campaign in itself is getting ahead of ourselves. But if we do it properly, what are we trying to do? Attract businesses, stop leakage. I mean, that's a big one is all the people that are spending money elsewhere, they don't have to do that, but they choose to, and it hurts us. And that's, one of the reasons why we can attract businesses is because all the businesses that we're trying to attract know that they're already getting our money in Northfield. They're already getting our money in Brighton. So they don't need to build another location in Commerce City because we're already supporting them. So I think, that's one thing that we really need to work on marketing is stop hurting ourselves, We're the reason that we can't get these businesses. You go to the new restaurants that we built up north, you go there at lunch and they're empty. You go there for brunch and they're empty. All the other brunch places I go to, the lines are out the door and there's people waiting 45 minutes, an hour to get in, right? And, we're not even supporting our own businesses that we do have. So that's something that we need to market, just to ourselves. And, part of that is changing the perception. We need to do that, but it starts with us on the dais because you can watch any council meeting, and this is the worst, most polluted, highest crime. That's what we're putting out there to the world. So you can spend $10 million on Super Bowl ads, and when it's coming from the people that are supposed to be representing the community and loving the community, portraying it like they don't want to be here, it's all for naught. So I think, if we are going to invest in a marketing campaign, we really have to be taking a comprehensive approach, and it has to begin with us.
Anyone else before I speak? Okay. The marketing campaign concept came out of the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee that met for 9 months a couple of years ago. And this was something that we wanted to do in order to attract other businesses to Commerce City, particularly restaurants. The gaps that residents point to, residents serving amenities were things that they pointed to. I think that the idea behind it, though, and I appreciate you coming to talk to us, but the idea behind it was that professionals would do an analysis and then would come up with a marketing program in conjunction with the staff, that it was more operational than policy, if you will, and we are the policy people. But since you're asking, it seems to me that if staff can't identify what we would market, then that shows us where the gaps are in Commerce City. And those things we need to pinpoint. We need to say, okay, we don't have this, we don't have that, we don't have that. So we need to acknowledge that and use it for our purposes moving forward and for the staff purposes moving forward so that we can provide for this community what it is that they're looking for. On the other hand, we can do all of the forward thinking that some of my colleagues have mentioned. And in addition, we can highlight what's really wonderful about Commerce City as well. So not simply the refuge, which is 27 square miles, mind you. I mean, that's pretty incredible. And I think that there's probably residents in Commerce City who don't even really understand that empty field, when they're driving in the north end, which is the area that I represent, they don't know that there's a refuge in there. Dick's Sporting Goods Park, that kind of thing. But we also have this wonderful community that's very diverse, has a large Hispanic population. Someone recently said to us at the last council meeting that it was 54% Hispanic. I didn't realize that it was quite that high. I knew it was close to 50-50, but I didn't realize that it even increased. But highlighting the benefits of the cultural aspect of the community, showing bits and pieces of beautiful parts of Commerce City. We have a spectacular view from the north of the mountains because we sit high.
Yeah.
But people don't know that there's a spectacular view of the mountains from Commerce City. Certainly access to downtown, to the airport. It's pretty easy to get to ski areas from here too. We don't have lodging, so it's not like we can do Palisades and put people in hotels. The I Love Timnath is something we are actually already kind of worked on in a previous city council about loving the community, and that's why we have beautiful yards during the summer. You know, we have awards for yards and that kind of thing. So that's all part of it as well. I do think a forward-thinking aspect would be important, but foundationally, the idea behind it was to attract the kind of businesses to Commerce City that residents say they want. Mm-hmm. And with all due respect to my colleague from the South, I do need to correct some really important information for anyone who may be listening. Several federal agencies filed a notice of violation against Suncor in July. What it found in its inspection, Suncor violated its water permit limits for benzene, total suspended solids, and other pollutants multiple times between 2020 and 2024. It doesn't have enough storage for its stormwater, so it releases into Sand Creek and the South Platte River. In 2020 and 2021, Suncor released oil into Sand Creek, which caused oil sheens and required cleanup. So we are trying to do something, as many of us on the city council are trying to do something, not about the fact that Suncor exists, but about the fact that it needs to stop it. It needs to stop contaminating. It needs to stop polluting. That does affect everyone in the region. And if anybody thinks that people don't think of Commerce City and think of Suncor, or even associate us with other smelly industries in the area like Purina, they're not paying attention to the region. So I think it's important. We have to accept the fact that that needs to be taken care of and fixed. They need to work with us in order to get it fixed for the health of our residents and also to flip the image. They can fix it. They can spend billions of dollars if they need to fix the issues on the 200,000 flanges on that industrial property. It needs to be done, and it needs to be done sooner than later. So I hope that there are strong actions by the federal government. However, back to economic development and the other kind of development that we're talking about. I think this whole discussion highlights pockets that need to be filled. And we as a council and working with staff, and it gets us to the comp plan that we'll be discussing later, we need to be filling those gaps. That needs to be the point of this. But meantime, as Mayor Douglas suggested, probably a smaller version right now that can at least talk about the positive aspects of Commerce City, or as Councilmember Dukes mentioned, one of the council members at large mentioned that we could make sure that when you do a Google search, that the first thing you find is something positive about Commerce City instead of something negative. So those are my ideas. Thank you.
Wonderful. Travis, do you mind pulling that presentation up? Because I think we covered a lot of the conversation, at least the first part of this conversation, and I want to just acknowledge and say thank you that I believe you all are drawing a policy line for me where I don't have to, that there is work to be done as a community and there's decisions to be made as a council that will happen and are probably long-term and more difficult than tonight's conversation. And to the mayor's point, that doesn't mean we can't do nothing. It doesn't mean we can't maybe find what makes this community unique and special. That includes some of our businesses, that includes our parks and our trails, that includes the world-class facilities that we have down the road, and it includes our people and culture and history. And I think, Mayor Pro Tem, you said it as well, maybe what I'm hearing is there's a version of start small, build on what is successful and beloved, engage others in telling that story, but don't lie about it, right? Acknowledge that there's still work to do and that we're doing it, right? Sometimes I think the message of we see it and we're working on it is also a pretty powerful message. So given all of that, the only other elements that I feel like we really should touch on is this idea. So we talked a little bit about this, which is our audiences. And what I heard is, hey, let's start small and build out, right? Let's maybe start with our residents and remind them that this is a great place to live. I can't remember who said that, but it's not seen as a place to live. This is a great place to actually be in a community and live. So can we start to build some momentum on a smaller level and then reevaluate every so often to see if we're ready to go bigger, go bigger, go bigger. The next slide is about key messages, and we talked about this. How do we celebrate what makes this community great, and we stay focused on those things that I mentioned before. And that can cross sectors, but really what we're trying to do is identify what makes us special, what makes us unique, I don't want to say worth celebrating because there's a lot worth celebrating, but what are we going to celebrate and how can we move forward with that? And then Travis, just this last slide is something that I feel, the government nerd in me wants to talk about all the logistics a little bit. So currently you're having a conversation around your budget. I want to just be really honest about this idea of getting something up in Q4 as a performance metric. I guess I want to maybe poll the audience, if you will, and see, is it more important to you to reach that metric, or do we want to, and Mayor, don't worry, I won't just do a plan and not propose like action items to it, or do we want to spend a little bit more time being thoughtful about a small campaign, even if that means maybe we don't hit that Q4 mark? And I don't want to put people on the spot, but I think that's probably a legitimate conversation to have, is how important is that metric? And if we feel like it's very, very important, then we move forward with it. If it's more important perhaps to craft this campaign around Commerce City a little bit more generally, I think that would quite frankly take a little bit more time than just getting something up. So I just want to sort of poll everybody and see how you feel about that.
Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, once again, we need to focus on what we're doing better today, not look at the past. When you look back far enough, everybody's got dirt on them. Everybody.
Okay.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you for the question, and I think it'll be a little bit of both. I think we do need a deep campaign like Greeley that is really addressing the perception and long-term beliefs and attract internal. But I think in a short, maybe quarter three or quarter four, we really need to just change the Google search. There's no other city. I mean, that's the low hanging fruit. You Google most cities, they don't have. We don't have a footprint, right? So we need to have Commerce City, even our website, low-hanging fruit, maybe in the fourth quarter, and in a long-term, thoughtful, intentional, and some sense of urgency around a campaign. And that'll be more. And so I wouldn't want to see a campaign start in 2026. I mean, if we could do a campaign starting in Q2 of next year that lasts until next 3 to 5 years, that would make me happy, while addressing the small low-hanging fruit, like you search us and it doesn't show Commerce City.
I think that doing something in Q4 is very important. This has been an item to achieve since last November, so we're reaching the end. That's what happened, is that you're coming before us at the end of the year as opposed to early on. So doing something would be important. I agree with the last speaker. And I am very interested in, what we can do to reverse images, something really creative that doesn't look like a business plan, kind of, the artwork for a business. That something's really creative and eye-catching for Commerce City. And to have some sort of plan. There is a strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that was part of the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Plan that is available to you. Granted, that was well over a year ago, but it exists. And several ideas were put forward in it. These were all business people who were part of that group. Along, Councilmember Douglas and I were both on the committee. So I think that's a great resource also. And I'm left with the thought that I hope that we can come up with something. I hope that your talents and expertise can come up with something, that we aren't that big a challenge, that this is being made to sound. So that's what I hope. I do have another council member who wishes to speak. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I agree with what Councilmember Dukes and also Mayor Pro Tem says. I think something we talk about with low-hanging fruit within Q4, things that we can potentially change the perception or image of to start with, to have something more long-term. Again, I wouldn't want to see something come before us in 2026, 2027, right? Definitely want to make sure that it's thought out, well thought out, meaningful, but also effective as well, maybe potentially sometime in the next year. But again, yeah, I'll repeat back again, I think the low-hanging fruit, whatever that may be that you and your team decide upon, that would be something that that would be awesome to see in Q4. Now, with regards to the performance metric, right, I don't think, my opinion, I don't think that, if there was nothing done right in Q4, then sure, right, got it. We potentially mark them as a, does not meet or whatever the case is, right, on that performance metric. But the fact that there is something coming forward, that there potentially could be something done in Q4, when the next time we do an eval on him, I'd say as long as it shows that he meets, then I think we'll be okay.
Got it.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, I think that covers it. Thank you very kindly, unless you have anything else.
No, ma'am. I just want to say thank you for your time and the conversation. I think the mayor was going to say something and I cut him off, or cut off Travis.
Sorry, Liz, I think our hands
Actually, we can't see the mayor. Now we can see him. Oh, there were two people left. When the slide is left up, whoever's on AV, we can't see who's waiting to speak. Okay, I'll have you go last, Mayor. Let's do Councilmember Chacon.
I'll be quick, Mayor. I agree with having both, being able to have a campaign in this time in Q4. Some quick ways that I've worked with other counties, including Clear Creek County with cultural relevance, is name changes. Sand Creek is still named after a massacre, or it's synonymous with a massacre. Maybe going back to an actual way of knowing what the cultural tradition is and working with the tribes that are here. And there's a lot of really great organizations that work in and around Commerce City that could help with that. that moves with cultural sensitivity, land acknowledgements, being able to do programs that are local with outdoor equity with the local school districts, that people can really get to know their own community and want to move around it a lot. The North and South are barely able to really contact with each other. How are we looking at that as programming too, to bring these two spaces together, literally spatially? And then overall, it's incredibly important to, I'm not saying that we don't need to highlight businesses. We just shouldn't be highlighting unethical businesses like Suncor. So how are we educating about long-term local businesses that have been ethical in their practices? How are we making sure that we come to terms with the bad actors, but make sure that there's opportunities to flip that script and show all of these ethical industries in the spaces that can provide those opportunities for future health, bring in those health industries with sustainable industries, future education, bring in that education with workforce development. Because it's an absolutely beautiful space to live. I've been doing actually Indigenous ceremony here most of my life. And it's highlighting those communities that are still there holding that resiliency and that really have a plethora of knowledge of this space and what it was before, but also how we're looking at in the future to involve those narratives. And like I said, name change is a quick one to flip the script, but how are we looking at our cities instead of being the most vulnerable, they could be the most prioritized for equity, and we could be changing everything quicker because we are that community.
Thank you. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for asking that question. I have to be honest. This is the start, and I say the other one that's a low hanging fruit is Denver International Airport. We do not highlight that enough. A lot of people have moved here to Commerce City because we're close to the airport, and a lot of people use that airport as their way. Some of them use that every day to leave and come back. And so, short commute times. It used to be when you lived out in the first tier cities of Denver, hey, you can make it down to Denver like in 10, 20 minutes, right? Depends on how close you are. Well, in Commerce City, you literally could cut 15 or 20 minutes out of your commute by moving here to Commerce City. I mean, that'd be something to tap into as well. And then when it comes to location, work with another one that could be changed quickly. So work with all the news channels. All the news channels show the weather, but we're right next to DIA, and I always look at DIA as, when it comes to measuring the snow and all things like that. Have them change and move the name of Commerce City up into the center so you highlight both parts of our city. We have a big bullseye right in the middle of our city, and that's Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge. Have them put those weather maps right there in the middle. So there's something that you could get started with. Thank you for your presentation and your time.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you again.
Thank you. We're moving now to reports. Deputy City Manager Blakeman, who is sitting in tonight for City Manager Rogers.
Thank you. As you all are aware, we had some talk around town events where citizens can come and talk to their elected officials and taste some of the local restaurant fare. They can ask questions. They can just hang out with you guys, get to know you a little bit better. One is already passed. We got 3 more to go. And the next one is on Wednesday, September 25, over at the State House 38. The city's received 2 state grants to begin our co-responder program here in Commerce City, and those will be rolled out within the next couple of months. And this is a program, for those that are not aware, where a mental health professional will respond alongside our officials on certain calls where the person needs intervention, not a citation or jail time. So watch for more information to come down the pike on that shortly. We also have another upcoming Fresh Start Day. This is for persons in Commerce City that have any municipal court warrants, unpaid fines, or unfinished business. This year's opportunity for that fresh start is going to be on Wednesday, October 16, from 9 to 3 p.m. at the Civic Center, but you also have Zoom possibilities. Go out to the website to get further information on that. Wanted also to advise you guys that the legislative dinner is tentatively scheduled right now, we believe will be on October 29, and therefore, we will not be able to meet with 27J and Brighton at that particular time for this round. And lastly, speaking of meeting with school district, Adams 14 did get back and decide that they do want to participate next Monday, September 30, in a joint meeting with us. And we're working on preparing that agenda at this point in time. And so I'm going to be quiet and see if I can have you guys let me know what council would like for us to put on that agenda. And then that will be all for me. But so whatever you would like to have put on that agenda.
Did you want to answer that question? Councilmember Kim has an idea for you.
So I think it should be a continuance from our previous discussions we've had. I think it's just a continuance from that, what we had on that agenda. In addition to that, there's been a lot of school violence already, right? That's already started since the school year. And I'm not talking about here, I'm talking about in Georgia and also Nebraska and a few other spots. Let's bring up the discussion about SROs, mental health, and also counselors in general, certified at that, within the schools. What can we do to support? I want to be able to help. Me personally want to see Adams 14 thrive, to be better than what they have been in the past. But also, I think the continuance of stating that, that the SRO program is a pipeline to prison, while that may be somewhat true, but I think that narrative, honestly, it's only if they choose to allow it to happen, in my opinion. I also believe that, I think getting an update from what has occurred within, with them and CDE, Colorado Department of Education, as to turn that program around would be ideal. I have a lot more other things I can ask and talk about, but honestly, I think a lot of the data points as provided, I would love to see the aggregate, the raw data as well, not just what they're going to present on a slideshow, to say, hey, look how positive we are in this and all those efforts. Because you can always take raw data and spin it to make it look positive. I'd love to see it all in my opinion, and also in advance of the meeting, not just the night of the meeting, to kind of review. And of course, obviously for future stuff that's happening, to include the bond and mill levy that's going to go on that's going to become a ballot initiative. That is something that maybe we should be made all aware of, and what exactly that initiative will do for Adams 14 as a whole. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Mayor Douglas.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you asking that question. And just want to make sure everybody, when we meet with AS 14, to be positive and where we can work together and not feel like we are battling them. They've done really good work over the years, and they have the information to show, because I have gone to those meetings. So let's make sure we are listening and not critiquing them, because that's what I saw last time. We have to make sure we remain positive so we can get those positive answers. and so they don't get defensive. So I just want to make sure when we do meet with them that let's listen and ask some good questions. Yes, I would like to see their progress so far this year, and then events too. What's the upcoming events that they can actually invite council to, so we can participate. DAC just had their wrap up, and maybe give an update on the DAC performance, and based on this timeline. I know Councilmember Kim talked about SR officers, and maybe in the city side, what's that relationship like? What has been in the past, and what exactly from our side, what does that look through for a contract? Because that's what it comes down to, is how many dollars it's going to take from the school district to the city, or vice versa. So, just, since we didn't have time to think about this beforehand, that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So everything that I had on my list has already been mentioned, but I would like to have members of the DAC attend this as well. I just attended the DAC meeting last week, and we're actually going to be going, as a member of the DAC, I'm going to be joining them at different schools, and they're going to be talking about the bond and mill levy initiative, and what's being highlighted in what we would gain by passing that initiative. And one of those is safety and security. That was a big push as part of the initiative. So I think some of this will be addressed if we have members of the DAC, like the president and vice, well, there's co-chairs for it, actually. So if we had them join us as well to give us an update, and I think that will probably answer questions about the bond and mill levy initiative as well, and what we would gain by passing that. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. The only thing I'll add, so I agree with the events and that of the nature. The only thing I'll add would be if we can talk about if there's any food insecurities and how the city can help as we head into these different holiday seasons. As a lot of the students, they leave and the schools are closed. And so what support could this, if there's any support needed when we think about the breaks that are coming up?
Councilmember Kim again?
Yeah, thank you. To what Councilmember Douglas was stating, there's a town halls that are occurring. I think having the DAC chair there would be ideal to present or kind of provide some feedback on those town halls. Actually, those town halls are happening tomorrow at 4 p.m. at DuPont Elementary, then at 5:30 at Adams City Middle School, then on the 25th at 5 p.m. at Adams City High School, and then the 26th at 4 p.m. at Central. It would be great to get some feedback as to what was discussed, what was said, and what feedback they have also received with regards to the consolidation, the junior high consolidation and bond and mill levy. So that's all. Thank you.
And I would like information that they may have regarding a study of the health impacts on the students and their ability to learn and behave in the classroom. Councilmember Douglas, you had another comment?
I had one more thought. So they recently received a grant for 14 electric school buses, and I would like a report on that as well. Thank you.
Okay. Is that
Thank you.
enough?
Yep, thank you so
Alrighty.
much. Appreciate it.
City Attorney Zarzaki?
I will try to keep this brief. Just an update for council. The resolution supporting SAC West ballot initiative will be ready for the 10-7 council agenda. So you'll see that coming down the pike as a result of the motion that you made in the last regular meeting. As all of you know, I and several members of the city attorney's office attended the CML annual seminar on municipal law in Colorado Springs over the weekend. It was from Thursday night through midday Saturday. The presentations were pretty far-ranging in substance. We reviewed Supreme Court cases, 10th Circuit cases, Colorado Appellate Court cases of interest to Colorado municipalities. In particular, matters related to impact fees, natural medicine, which you all will be, you'll have a presentation before you soon on the natural medicine issue. Also, protest management, parade permits, and First Amendment litigation, as well as how municipalities are dealing with 1041 permits. I know this body is aware of those because we had a Denver Water 1041 permit that came before you. I think it was in late spring. The last thing I want to say, and I'm going a little off script here, but you know, it's sort of a follow-up of the marketing campaign strategy conversation that you all had, and I want this body to hear this from me. I was in a room for 3 days with municipal attorneys representing municipalities throughout the state of Colorado. I saw a number of old friends, but I met a number of new people that I have not met. And there was a recurring theme, and that was when I was introduced that there was intrigue on what this community is doing and the steps that this body in particular is taking to meet the demands that this growing community has. So I just want to highlight that. And in particular, there were comments about the fact that this body has adopted procedural rules, the fact that the city is investing in rewriting its land development code. There was interest and comments about attorneys that represent other municipalities that bring their families here, in particular bring their children to Paradise Island, bring their kids to soccer games. There were land use attorneys from both the private sector as well as the public community that were very interested in what council and city staff are doing as a result of the NIAP challenge and Victory Crossing. So again, I'm going off script a bit, but I want you all to know that people are certainly paying attention. And I had a number of people come up to me and say that. So thanks.
Thank you very much. And may I suggest then that Jason Dennison ask, since Travis is gone, to ask the earlier presenters to listen to our city attorney's comments? Thank you. Let's see. Okay, now we're moving on to councilmember reports. And as a reminder, you are to limit your report to 5 minutes per policy CP 16. So do any council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Dukes.
I'll make a quick report, thank you. I met with Devendra Sandhu about the project that's taking place, his project over on 96 and Tower, just as an update, what's going on, what are some of the opportunities and challenges that are taking place over there. And then I had I do my monthly meetups, and I had one over at Ziggy's over in Bell Creek, and met with a group of residents that talked about the challenges with safety in terms of the Highway 85 and the Long Peaks entry. And so I know that was a part of a CDOT conversation years ago, so it'll be great to plug and think through how do we maybe readdress or start that conversation around. What's currently happening is a lot of people are trying to make that turn either too quickly or too slowly, and there's causing a lot of backup. The challenge with closing it off is we also heard around businesses over in Bell Creek how you can't have access to businesses, and so there's a tension there that we want to just think about. Nothing to do now, but I'm trying to learn more about what the history of that project was and what are some of the challenges. But the residents over there are really interested in learning more of what we can do over there. The other big piece that was brought up in Bell Creek is around the idea of HOAs and parking. and what that looks like. There's some challenges of parking in some of the areas, and so I wanted to bring that to attention. That was a great discussion with some of the residents there. And that is my report.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a report? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I went off and forgot my calendar, so I just put some notes together. I was going to reference my calendar to give my report. I attended a going away party for George, and his last name is slipping me. But although George didn't live here and he moved to Ohio, he was such an intricate part of this community in his participation with the Senior Commission. And I just wanted to say that he's going to be really missed, but that going away party was put on by members of the city last minute, and it was fantastic, and it really showed how unified our community is, because we had people from the north and the south and past employees that attended, and it was just nice to see the community come together and honor someone who has made great contributions. I went to the DAC meeting for Adams 14, and that was a really, really good meeting. It was the kickoff for this year. Talk around town. I really like the talks around town. We've only had one, but it was great. It was so nice to be able to sit down and interact with different people. I moved from table to table, meeting new people. People really love living here, and they have a lot of pride about living here, but they know we can do better. And so it was great to be able to hear from them so that I can bring their message back to staff so that we can really deliver the promise of the quality community for a lifetime. Went to the Monaco Park ribbon cutting, the CDPHE, which is the Colorado Health Department, came to Eagle Creek and listened to the community, and that was a really, really good interaction with the Colorado Department of Health so that they could see that we are coming together as a community. We're standing up for ourselves, and so that was good. There was an electric school bus presentation for the 14 school buses that are coming to Adams 14. I didn't get to go to the Gracie Baca 5K, but I want Megan to know that I haven't forgotten about their family, and I will be making a contribution to their foundation because I think that's really important, especially the fact that I know about the Colorado Brain Injury Alliance, and they helped me immensely get through a difficult period of our family's life. I missed the Adams County Homecoming Parade, and I was really sad that I had to miss that because I haven't missed that in years, but because of my mother's declining health, a lot of times I have to be on the phone with family or leave, and so I sometimes have to miss things. I went to the Harvest Moon dinner for the Friends of the Refuge on Saturday night, and that was awesome. And I think that is it. I tried to cover everything that we did, but I really appreciate the staff putting on the talks around town and the town halls that we've been having. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A couple things. One is talk around town. Definitely attended that. Some of the feedback I received off of that, and I'm just gonna throw it out there, is transportation to the Civic Center. We have transportation that I think still goes on, correct, between the two rec centers. But then what about transportation from those rec centers to potentially here for the Monday night meeting? I think logistically speaking, as I was talking to the resident, sometimes these meetings can go on till 2 a.m. and I say that sarcastically, but I mean till like 12 or so, 12:30 or so, just depends. So it's a matter of how do they get back. I don't know if there might be a potential for some improvement in that department to kind of provide that transportation to come out here to the Civic Center for those nights. The other one too, had another resident talk to me about potentially adding signage around schools about anti-idling, because you do have vehicles that are there waiting to pick up their kids at school. Is a potential to they can turn off their engine or something. We have some signs up there that kind of says, hey, make sure you shut it off. But I also think about wintertime, especially during the wintertime, you got to pick up your kids. I mean, I don't know. There's definitely no easy way around that. Street sweeping. There is a lack, I believe this is another resident talked to me about how, how they've heard that we always have the street sweepers out there doing their job and all that. Well, they're never around, whatnot. But 70th and Olive, I asked them specifically, what location are you referring to? 70th and Olive is the area that they're talking about. That I think that, I don't know if we actually make our way that way or not, but I would actually probably encourage or try to help advertise where exactly those street sweepers are supposed to go. Maybe a map, and again, I haven't looked at the city website to see if there's something out there or not, but if there is, I would love to get that advertised even more to kind of advise people where these street sweepers are supposed to be at, where they're supposed to go, whatnot. Park safety. Had a resident talk to me about the homeless that are encroaching basically on people at Veterans Park more specifically. You have young kids, boys, girls who are out there who still like to play in the park and all that, but when you actually have someone approaching them in a inappropriate manner. Is it possible maybe we could get more of a park ranger presence out there? Is it possible to get more police presence? I have no idea. And honestly, I don't know if it's the same homeless that still sits under the canopy that's out there. Are they there all night? Or are they there till I guess, whatever our ordinance says? They're only there till like 11 o'clock at night or something. I would look at that. And then park lighting, is it possible for the lighting, is there ability to auto turn on park lighting? I don't know if we actually have that in all of our parks, where if somebody does decide to go out to the park, they can like flip a dial for the timer switch or whatever. Is it possible that we can research and look into that altogether? And I do have one more other thing, but I don't want to discuss it here on the dais. I'd rather talk about it in private. The other couple of things too is attended the Veterans Commission meeting. We did not have a quorum again. We have 2 spots on that commission that is currently being taken up by people that are not even attending. There's one that was recently appointed. He has not attended a single meeting, and you have another one that's been there who's been appointed back in 2020 or 2021. He's only been there for a handful of meetings and has not been there for the past year and a half or so. So I did advise him, I say, one of the things we might want to do is look at trying to bring that up, because I believe currently council is the one that has to approve the vacating those seats, because you remove those seats, it opens up more seats for people to be able to go. So they're going to bring that up, I think, here in the future and try to continue help advertising. Other thing too is the Grace Baca 5K. I did do that 5K. I did get dragged by my dog. I did feel like I was losing my breath because it's been over a month since I last did any form of training, but it was a great event overall. A lot of people, a lot of community members were out there, so I appreciate this council for approving that donation that we did get. So it was a great turnout of events. That is all I believe that I have at this time. Thank you.
You have 5 seconds.
Well, then I'll just start talking and talking and talking until he shuts me up.
Okay, you're done. Okay. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up the Fire Commission meeting. We haven't met for a long time. We met the other day, myself and Councilmember Teeter, talked about a lot of things where we can collaborate, like speed humps and how speed humps affect the fire department, medians down Highway 2, and how that may or may not have an effect on their ability in rush hour to be able to get around traffic, to be able to get to somebody that's injured. It was all in all, it was a good meeting. They did bring up the pothole that's down here at the end of the road, right in front of the fire station where you turn left to get out to 60th, and wanted to know when we could get that filled. But we had a good dialogue. I think it's important that we continue to build those relationships and work with our other entities within Commerce City. I did want to wish Armando Guardiola good luck in his new career, and support him on whatever it is he decides to do and become. I know he has some aspirations, and I want to wish him well, as well as George Maxey. I want to, George has been an integral part of our community for many years. I want to wish him well in his new endeavors. But all in all, I think that we have potential. We just have to focus our efforts to where that needs to be. I agree with Councilmember Kim on the park situation over at Veterans Memorial. I've had a lot of complaints about the loitering that's going on there, and that we get some of that loitering cleaned up. That was a premier park when we put it in, and top of its kind for all kids, including kids with disabilities. It's the only park that we have that meets those requirements for kids with disabilities, and it's a shame that our residents can't go there and enjoy it because of what's happening around it 24/7. I did want to bring up the email that we all received about parking over off 96th Avenue with these big trucks, and the fact that businesses are struggling. And I know that a lot of it's due to the fact that there's nowhere for these trucks to park. However, I don't think it's okay to be dropping these trailers and parking and turning that into a place basically for vagrancy to occur around these trailers day and night. If that means that we need to get some kind of an ordinance or some kind of a regulatory role to set something in place to be able to make sure that our residents and our businesses can operate within this community without being taken advantage of, I think I'd be willing to see something if the city attorney can find anything that any other cities may be doing. And with that, I do want to get to the point where I can make a formal motion, and I know now is not the time for that, but I would like the city manager or the city attorney to look into and draft an ethics policy for the city council and the city staff. I think that's important for our community to have that in place so that we operate in a certain guidelines. I think that means a lot to our residents and to our employees, and I think to all of us up here that we have to follow a certain line of how we operate. With that, I'll end my report. Thank you.
Mayor Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And to Councilmember Ford, I have spoken to our city attorney about that. for city council and employees. So thank you for bringing that up again. I have a report here. Let's see. All right, hold on. Dr. Cog on Wednesday, they got awarded $199 million for an Environmental Protection Agency Climate Pollution Reduction Program to decarbonize program. And let's see, Thursday, visit NREL. They're doing great things up there. I encourage other council members to attend NREL as well. And National Rule. Let's see, Saturday, went over to Gracie Baca's 5K and spoke to Megan and Christine Labadia about the event. And I also ran into Councilmember Kim. Thank you, Councilmember Kim, for participating in that. See, Saturday at the Wildlife Refuge, Harvest Dinner. Spoke with Daniel Frank and about his property, number 96. Also went over to George Maxey's going away party. That was exciting. Monaco Park renovation. Got great marks on that, but then also received a call from a resident that is very upset that we not only put $4.3 million into the park, but we have homeless people moving in. I had a discussion with City Manager Jason Rogers about this because he's under operations, and looking into it, the way it stands is people there, they don't have a tent. They're not, when it comes to trespassing and loitering, it's a public park. So they're allowed to be there. They know the rules. They leave when the parks get ready to close. They come back. So yeah, we have a lot of work we need to change in order to have a better policy. Also attended over at Eagle Point Rec Center, CDPHE. Sunday was a Hispanic Heritage Cultural event. Myself, Mayor Pro Tem, was there as well, and Councilmember Douglas was there. Attended the Adams City High School electric school buses, and congratulations to Adams City High School for beating Gateway High School. This just last Saturday, football game. I had an interview with CBS News about the speed bumps that I brought forward to on council, and along with another resident that was interviewed. There were several outages from Xcel Energy. I talked to someone with Xcel Energy about not only putting the power back, but what can they do to mitigate those outages, maybe microgrids as a temporary solution. I had a resident reach out to me asking about 88th and Telluride by Second Creek Farm. When are they going to install the park? Spoke to a few residents about landing apartments. There's ongoing problems and issues over there. Security, elevators not working. Another citizen I spoke to about train blocking on 112th and Highway 85. And there is signage in those areas, but I think they need to be a little bigger. And we also need to post that in our monthly newsletter to tell folks who to call. Depends on which tracks the trains are being stopped on. Also had a conversation with one of the business owners, American Roofing Supply, Matt Harris. Ongoing theft at his facility in Commerce City, $300,000 so far of stolen property. And then also working with Mayor Johnson of Denver, because they have a facility off of Colorado, just on our border of Commerce City. And they're having just about the same amount of materials being stolen as well. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will do my report, which is I met with Peter Wall, Austin Kane, and Nick Gallen. Nick Gallen is a developer with a project in mind for the 104th and Chambers area. Also met with Devinder Sandhu, who, is one of the biggest property owners in Ward 4. We talked about 96th and Tower Road, the gas station, Santiago's, McDonald's in 6 months, the hotel in a year, and then an apartment building that he has in mind. Also attended the George Maxey event. There is no one who cared more about seniors than George Maxey. I am so happy that he is going to Ohio to be with his family. He's been here on his own for a long time, which is the way he wanted it, but it was time for him to move on. And yes, thank you to the staff for throwing this together quickly for him. It wound up being sooner than anyone had prepared for. I would also like to add that we have lost other significant seniors who have had to move out of Commerce City. Guillermo Serna, who is one of our great historians when it comes to Commerce City, and Tilly Villarreal is also had to move. She had to move because of problems at her affordable housing. Guillermo had to move because of Metro District costs. So when we look at seniors, we need to take into account everything that is impacting them. I was at the Cultivando News Conference about the successful stoppage of the Magellan DuPont Extra 5 tanks, attended the Adams County Health Department luncheon, attended the Senior Commission's Lunch and Learn. Those are all really popular, but that was the last one for the year, so you'll have to wait until next year to start up again. Was at Hispanic Heritage Day in Derby. Those are really special. You guys are doing a great job with those staff and Cultural Council. Really, really appreciate all of that. And theoretically, we have 2 weeks of council reports, folks, because we didn't have time last week. That's why you may be wondering where your memory is on some of this. As for the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District resolution, which we will hear on 10/7, could we make sure that someone from their campaign is here to answer questions? I was left with the impression that council members were making statements that they believe that this is what is going to happen, and I thought it would be really helpful for us and also helpful for voters to actually hear from someone with a campaign. So during the 3 minutes might be all they need, but that was what I was thinking about. If we could do that, please. All right, and then I see Councilmember Douglas wishes to speak again.
I'm so sorry. I realized that there were a couple things that I left off. I did attend the Hispanic Heritage Celebration yesterday, and it really warmed my heart. I can't believe how many people who only speak Spanish watch our council meetings and how appreciative they are of this council and how inclusive we've been. So I had people interpreting for me yesterday. People recognized me and knew my name, and I was very humbled, extremely humbled. I also had the opportunity to go on a tour with NREL, National Energy Renewable Laboratories, and I can tell you that what they're doing there is phenomenal, and we could bring a lot of that to Commerce City. It's right there for us, and we can do it. The other thing that I did was I took Ms. Valdez's offer to sit with her on our front porch. We ended up sitting in my car for an hour and a half with the windows rolled down. We've got to do something. We have got to find a solution. I don't know what it is. We both sat there trying to figure out what a solution might be. Neither one of us could come up with something, but it's a big problem. And she's not exaggerating when she comes and tells us what she's experiencing. So I wanted everyone to know that you can't just go there and drive through or park for 5 minutes and get the true experience, you got to be there for a while.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Kim?
So sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. I know you just mentioned last 2 weeks. The two things I did forgot to mention too that was talked about already. Reopening of Monaco Park. I was there. I did show up late. Great job to Parks and Rec, to everyone who got that park going. And then later on that evening, I did attend the Adams 14 School Board meeting where the bond and mill levy was discussed there. But that's all I've got this time.
Okay, great. I'm going to call an end to the study session. We are 5 minutes early. It was supposed to end at 8, and now it's 7:55. So we are, however, going to take a 10-minute recess, please, before we convene the special meeting.
Unmute it. There you go.
Okay, I'm going to call the City Council special meeting to order and ask the clerk to call roll.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Kim. Here. Councilmember Dukes,
Present.
Councilmember Ford,
Here.
Councilmember Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Moving on to ordinances on first reading. Ordinance 2621, which is approving lease with the Phoenix Limited Partnership. This is the lease for the substation at 104th near the Starbucks on the 104th and Highway 2. Do any council members have a question for staff? I see no questions. I'd like a motion, if I may, for a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2621 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2621.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Second.
Thank you very much. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2621, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a lease agreement with the Phoenix Limited Partnership, a Wyoming limited partnership. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, council members, we have leases, that passes unanimously. Council members, we have 4 ordinances coming up regarding leases on the 5th floor at the building on Colorado and 70th. And I would like to ask for a motion to approve ordinance 2626, approving lease with Family Promise of Greater Denver, consolidated with ordinance 2628, approving lease with Servicios de la Raza Organization, consolidated with ordinance 2629, approving lease with Benefits in Action Organization. So it is a motion to approve those 3 leases, Benefits in Action, Servicios de la Raza, and Family Promise of Greater Denver. Councilmember Kim?
I would gladly like to motion for that request to consolidate.
All right. Thank you. And a second, Councilmember Douglas?
Like to second that, please.
All right, thank you
Gladly.
very much. Is there any discussion? All right, the motion
I
on
have a
the,
discussion.
oh, yes, sure.
Sorry. Just the rationale not including 2627 as it is a lease as well.
Because I learned prior to the meeting that a council member is going to want to recuse due to service on the board. Thank you. So the motion is to approve the leases with Family Promise. Is someone else? Oh, Councilmember Douglas, Councilmember Kim? Are you guys done?
Yeah, as for
Okay.
discussion, I just wanted to say that I am so pleased to have these come before council this evening. This has been a long time coming. I can remember when they decided to lease that floor, and it's been, yeah, it's been a long time coming. They did a beautiful job, in-house rehab of that floor, and I just wanted to say how pleased I am to see this come to fruition,
Thank you. I'm
hopefully
thrilled.
with a yes vote.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to see nonprofits coming in there as well with our community well-being team. All right, so this is to approve the leases with Family Promise of Greater Denver, Servicios de la Raza, and Benefits in Action. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2626, an ordinance authorizing the lease of office space with Family Promise of Greater Denver, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement, setting forth parameters and restrictions, and providing for other related matters. Ordinance 2628, an ordinance authorizing the lease of office space with Servicios de la Raza, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement, setting forth parameters and restrictions, and providing for other related matters. And Ordinance 2629, an ordinance authorizing the lease of office space with Benefits in Action, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement, setting forth parameters and restrictions, and providing for other related matters. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, those leases passed unanimously. Welcome to this Commerce City floor. We're happy to have space for you. All right, now we're going to Ordinance 2627. This is approving a lease with Black Parents United Foundation. Do any council members have questions for staff? Does any council member wish to recuse?
Yes, I was waiting to be called on, actually. Yes, I would like to recuse myself from this vote as I have been serving as a board member for, it's actually Black and Brown Parents United Foundation. It goes by BPUF, but I have been serving on that nonprofit as a board member for couple of years since its inception, and just recently renewed my position. So I would like to be recused for this vote.
All right, thank you very much. I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2627 by council as seated and approve on first reading. This is a lease with Black and Brown Parents United Foundation.
I believe we need, the body needs to vote on her recusal.
Oh, okay, sure. And also I had other people that had signed up to speak and I overlooked them. So there's multiple reasons to hesitate. All right. Councilmember Madera.
I was gonna make the motion for the ordinance, but do I need to make the motion for the abstention?
If you can make a motion to permit the recusal of Councilwoman Douglas from voting on this.
So moved.
And is Councilmember Ford? Second. And I have a second. All right, we need to vote. Will you do a roll call vote? Thank you.
Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
To vote for her to abstain? Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I have a clean slate now on my screen, so now I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2627 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2627 and approved on first reading.
Councilmember Kim?
So moved. Yep, second.
Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Ordinance 2627, an ordinance authorizing the lease of office space with Black Parents United Foundation, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement, setting forth parameters and restrictions, and providing for other related matters. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, now we go to ordinance 2630, amending the 2024 budget for Adams Tower lease. Do any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Dukes? Oh, all right, I have a question for staff. This is for the 6th floor, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. I attended, I think I forgot to mention this, the Kids First breakfast, and they were very concerned about an entire department coming to the 6th floor, that there is inadequate parking as it is. I understand that you're talking about, the staff is talking about bus service that would bus workers, employees, staff from City Hall all the way over to Colorado and 70th. Is that correct?
There's been a change in plan for that. We have been speaking with Adams County, and we have reached, we think we've reached an agreement with them to share parking in their adjacent parking lot. We'll be bringing that to you shortly, probably within the next couple of weeks, but we believe we've reached an agreement to share parking with them.
Okay, well, it remains a concern, so we're doing this in reverse order. I would rather have the parking taken care of first. I can't envision these buses occurring. I can't envision it happening at lunchtime. How do you get people back and forth? There's nowhere to go to have lunches in that area. So my position will be not to amend this until I hear further information, but that's where I will stand on it. So I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2630 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2630 and approval on first reading.
And Councilmember Ford? Second. All right, thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kim?
Yeah, so just so I understand this, Mr. Maxwell, so you said there is a change, so as far as the funding amount is concerned, will then that be less than what is required, or?
No, the funding that is in front of you tonight is just for the infrastructure on the 6th floor itself. It's not for the bus service that we were talking about.
Thinking about, okay, all right, sounds good, thank you.
Will the clerk read the title? Oh, wait. The motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2630 by council as seated and approve on first reading.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have a couple other names in the request to speak queue, just as an FYI. I didn't know if you wanted to recognize those members or not.
Councilmember Dukes?
You know, I just wanted to say thank you to the city staff and just thank you, because it's been a long process and it's been a lot of conversations, and you've been doing a lot of your due diligence around a number of issues. And so happy to see this before us as a tentative solution for just the growth that's happening. So just thank you for the work you're doing on this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
And I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I have an opposite view of this. I go over there quite often and in that area. And I just don't, I can't see this working. The one day there was 28 cars that were parked on the street on 72nd on both sides. And then another day there were 19 that I counted. That's parking on the street. My other concern is that we have not identified who is going to move into that space after those people move out. And that's a real concern with me, especially with so many of our employees working from home now, which I've heard a lot about. And so I know that I said that I would be a yes in the study session, but I thought long and hard about this, especially being in that area, and I just can't support this. So I just wanted everyone to know the reasons why I can't support it.
Any other comments, council? All right, then, will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2630, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating unencumbered fund balance in the general fund in the amount of $1,339,685 for the use of the Adams Tower sixth-floor lease and renovation, including specified interfund transfers and the authorization of the expenditures thereof. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you.
The ordinance does not pass on a 5-4 vote. Moving on to ordinances on second reading. Ordinance 2617, approving the lease for Murray Farms. Do any council members have questions for the staff? Okay, there are no questions that I see, so I need a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2617 on second and final reading. Councilmember Ford?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2617, approving the lease for Murray's Farm on second reading. Council is seated.
Thank you, and Councilmember Teeter?
Second the motion.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve ordinance 2617 on second and final reading. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote, please?
Ordinance 2617, an ordinance approving the lease of city-owned property located at 10100 Havana Street to Murray Farms Incorporated. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes 8-1. All right, ordinance LUP 05824, amending the future land use map from DIA technology. Do any council members have questions for staff? Oh. I just requested to speak. I kind of have control over that at the moment. Anyway, I see Councilmember Teeter.
I didn't know mine, but if it is, now I'm ready to make a motion.
Your microphone?
I didn't know my thing was queued up, but are you ready for a motion?
Not yet. I'm looking for
Okay.
any questions.
I was ready to make a motion.
All right. Same. How about you, Councilmember Dukes? No? All right. Okay. I have I have an issue with this, and because we're talking about the future and the future for Commerce City, this would change DIA technology to utility. This was a future land use that I think is still applicable and we should still focus on, because this is precisely what we were talking about during our study session. I believe it is inappropriate for the area, so I will be voting no on second reading. All right, I need a motion and a second to approve ordinance LUP-058-24 on second and final reading. Councilmember Ford?
Make a motion to approve ordinance LUP-058-24 on second and final reading. Council is seated.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim?
Second that motion.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford? Councilmember Douglas?
Looking at this again, and that I believe that's why I asked for the definition of utility in the last meeting. And can I ask a question of staff? Is that possible? Okay. So if it is not changed to utility, do the plans that they have there still remain to be executed?
Councilmember Douglas, appreciate your question. Heather Vidlock, Interim Planning Manager. This item was approved for annexation and zoning, as well as the vacation of the right-of-way, and that occurred on second reading at your September 16th meeting. This is the comp plan amendment that enables the zone change from DIA technology to utility, and it allows the landfill to have their entrance moved to the east, to the 88th Avenue.
So if it's not approved as a utility, then they cannot move their entrance?
Well,
Is
you've
that
already,
correct?
council's already approved the annexation and zoning for the
Okay.
landfill. This was just a remainder item because it didn't pass unanimously on first reading. And so it got carried over from last week's agenda. But all the other items related to the landfill have already passed on second reading.
All right, thank you.
So as I noted, I'll be voting no based on number 3, approval criteria. The PUD zone document is inconsistent with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan, any applicable adopted area plan or community plan of the city, and reflects conditions that have changed since the adoption. Oh wait, no, it doesn't reflect change since the adoption. So 3A is my reason for not approving. All righty. Any other comments? Oh, city attorney? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, wait, hang on a minute. Councilmember Madeira?
Yeah, so question with this property, based off of the vicinity to the landfill, are there other applicable uses that would be consistent with the current zoning?
The utility zone, the utility designation in the comprehensive plan is appropriate for the landfill. Councilmember?
I guess my question was more along the lines of, the best use for this area, given that it is directly adjacent to the Tower landfill. And the current zoning, right, is DIA technology. So is that consistent with butting up to a landfill?
So the request is to change the designation in the comprehensive plan from DIA technology to utility to accommodate the landfill. But as I indicated a minute ago, the annexation and zoning has already been approved for the landfill.
Okay, thank you.
City Attorney Zarzaki?
I was just going to direct your attention that the mayor's hand is raised. He just messaged me.
Oh, thank you very much. That's a problem with the system that we have here. When a slide is kept up in the air, we cannot see the hand of a council member who is on Zoom. So is there a way to pull that down temporarily? Mayor Douglas?
Thank you. Question to, I believe it's someone who's representing Republic. Is that correct? Or is that
There
someone
is-
from the city answering the question?
There is a member from the landfill present tonight if you'd like them to address council.
Okay. Well, my question is along the same line is, even though there was approval on those other items, having this still as DIA tech, what is the downfall with voting against this? What is the change?
So making the designation consistent with the comprehensive plan enables the zoning to take place. So normally this would have occurred prior to the zoning action that the council has taken. However, because of the way your agenda was structured last week on September 16th, the second reading on the zoning has already occurred. So if you, yeah.
No, go ahead.
If I may, Mayor, to answer your question just a bit different. If you recall, in the Republic landfill hearings, there were a number of them. The LUP hearing was the first one, and if you recall, it was sort of a waterfall effect. We had the comp plan amendment, and then the zoning, and so the annexation, and then the zoning, and so forth.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward here because what we have on second reading is just the LUP because all of the other items were approved unanimously and thus made it on the consent agenda last regular meeting.
Okay. So what's the effect if there's a no vote on this? What does that do to this project?
So technically, you would have zoning approved and you would have a comp plan with a utility designation. I haven't really thought about that. I think what you would have is you would have vested rights in a zoning designation that is allowing the landfill, but it would be under DIA tech as opposed to utility.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Dukes?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to let everyone know I'll be voting yes on this. I think the ability to help close what's needed in terms of the idea of annexation and the zoning and right away. Let's finish this process so it'll make it more difficult for our businesses to try to work in Commerce City.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? In reading the new comprehensive plan, it's noted in several instances about the impacts of the of the landfill as it stands today. So that is my thinking about it being inconsistent about where we're going in the future. So the motion on the floor is to, do I have a motion and a second? Did I do that? All right, thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve ordinance LUP 058-24 on second and final reading. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance LUP 05824, an ordinance amending the City of Commerce City Comprehensive Plan for the property generally located at the southwest corner of East 88th Avenue and E470 from DIA Technology to Utility. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you.
The motion passes 5-4. We move on now to public hearing on ordinance 2616, Commerce City 2045 Comprehensive Plan. Tonight's public hearing was continued from September 16th, and I will invite the city attorney to address the council at this point.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. So I will now reopen the public hearing. As a reminder, City Council has heard Community Development's presentation and the public comment portion of the hearing. We continued the hearing during the period in which council members were asking questions of city staff. This is a reminder that the council deliberation portion of this matter shall take place following the closing of the hearing. And also another reminder, we're back under Bob's Rules of Order. I will invite Jeff Brazel, Acting Community Development Director, to present. Do any council members have questions for staff? I don't see, and no one is showing up on my screen. So I have a question. So I'm looking at High Plains Parkway, and there's several things that jump out at me. I believe that's 117. You don't have the document to show folks?
We can put the document up on the screen.
Okay, that'd be good. Oh, yep, 116.
Yeah, let me get to that page.
Oh, great. That was quick. Thank you very much. So I'm looking at Tower Road, High Plains Parkway, but what jumps out at me are the changes regarding commercial locations. 96th Avenue and Tower Road was to have commercial on all four corners. This doesn't show any. Can you address that for us?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I wasn't going to go through a presentation, but I did want to mention that we've attached to the supplemental staff report for council Exhibit A, a redline version of Exhibit A, and this included some of the changes that council was talking about. Primarily, there were some grammatical changes that were identified that are fairly easy to make. And one of the staff recommended conditions is actually been thrown in with one of the under the council recommended changes. And let me pull that up on the screen for you. Upon further review, we recognize that on page 122, which is the economic development framework, and then Mayor Pro Tem, you're also pointing out another graphic that probably needs to be updated. We're recommending that those two maps be updated to actually reflect The character areas more closely. So everything east of High Plains Parkway is identified in the. Let me pull that up really quick. It's identified in a character area where the primary land uses are commercial and employment. And the connected corridor plan around Tower Road does not recognize that, and also the economic development framework map does not recognize that as well. And I think that is a discrepancy in the plan that needs to be updated as if council wants that to occur as a condition of adopting the comprehensive plan. And so we've drafted that language to reflect those changes. And on second reading, the ordinance will be updated pending council's confirmation of that condition to reflect that. And then staff will work with the consultant team to make those changes.
That would be good to do, except the economic development framework map also has lost the commercial at 96 and Tower.
Absolutely. And those are the two. We can update the proposed condition to reflect both the economic development framework, which it currently does, and this connected corridor area plan on page 116 as well.
And can you explain the commercial on 112th Avenue running from Columbine Ranches to High Plains Parkway? So that's the one that says potential annexation. Those folks came last meeting. But there's a whole bunch of commercial along there. Okay, what was that intended to be?
Let me pull up that map and take a look at it with you. So the Columbine Ranches neighborhood is identified right here. Mm-hmm. And there is commercial, like this, it is called, I think, mixed or Northern Range commercial and mixed commercial further to the east of that, right on the east of that. And that what that is intended to be is these two designations. And so to find out what mixed commercial and Northern Range commercial are, we just go to the next page. And these are the definitions for that. So mixed commercial is a supportive community commercial office and higher density residential options along key corridors to take advantage of high visibility and access, promote strong pedestrian connectivity between residential and commercial uses to reduce the need to drive. And then the Northern Range commercial is very similar to that, promote commercial centers that contain a variety of attractive retail and entertainment options for all ages with high multimodal access, 360-degree architecture, pedestrian scale development, and integrated outdoor seating and gathering spaces. So those are the high-level objectives for those two colors on that particular economic development framework map. So the idea, tying this back to your initial comment, the idea is these areas both east of E470 and west of E470, primarily east of the Tower Road and High Plains Parkway alignment, those are in a character area. So let me jump to that map. Those are in the E470 Expressway Corridor District, and those are supposed to be employment and commercial focused areas. And the Economic Development Framework map does not recognize that, and you've also pointed out the Connected Corridor Plan for Tower Road does also not reference that. And so we should be updating those two maps to reference the overall objectives of this E470 Expressway Corridor District. It's an oversight, and I believe it was similar to a comment that Council Member Douglas made about making sure we had plenty of land for primary employment at the last meeting as well. And so that is a disconnect between those two maps and the character area goals.
Thank you. My time had expired, and I see Mayor Douglas's hand up.
Thank you. This character map here, let's see, over here on 12 and 13, let's see here. You know, I think it I think it would be great, our suggestion, if we could continue this. I mean, you know, here I'm hearing that, oh, we'll make these changes and then we'll make sure those are put on there for second reading. But we have other updates as far as transportation, um, parks and recs, and it's like we need to make sure those are done to incorporate this because we're kind of working behind. So this should be the main portion that includes. It's like making a cake, and those are part of the ingredients of this. And then we're going to just do this here, and then do those later. They all have to line up. I mean, I went to a transportation meeting last week, and that is not our future outlook. Those are just making some tweaks. And then I look at 2010 comp plan, and you see areas supposed to be mixed use, and you know that, you know, as far as these guidelines, the developer just skirted around that. They didn't put in mixed use. They put a mixture of homes along Tower, which is now Reunion Ridge. So so by putting this the way it is right now, it's really benefiting the developers. It's not really benefiting the city. If we're going to do this, we need to make sure that they are in line with what the city's going to look like. They have to be part of that program, not us be a part of their program. So High Plains Parkway, the way that's going to be built out, it's just going to be an open road to go either north to get your goods and services or continue to go down Tower. I would like to see this Tower Road expand and have more retail and commercial going up to 120th. That's what the 2010 comp plan showed. So why are we steering away from that?
Yeah, Mayor Douglas, I think that's what the condition to change this is geared towards, is that when you look at the corridor when you look at the character areas, the red, number 9, is a commercial and employment-focused dominated land use where residential is secondary to that, and it goes up along Tower Road as well, and that's kind of consistent with the current comp plan. And so there's just a couple of maps within the document that are inconsistent, and we would like to make that consistent so we can ensure that we have a commercial and employment-forward development pattern in that area. And to your point about our other plans syncing up with this document, yes, the comprehensive plan sets this high-level stage, and then the transportation plan, the parks and recreation plan, the economic development plan, they all add additional detail on those topical areas based upon what the comprehensive plan does. And then it's important that we follow that up with regulatory reform, and that's what we're doing with the Land Development Code to ensure that the rules that are in place for development actually implement the goals of the comprehensive plan. So it's kind of like we start here at a high level, and then we add detail, and then we adopt regulations to ensure the outcomes that we're expecting and that we're desiring are actually the regulations that are in place that support that type of land use. And that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay. And so when is this supposed to be finalized? In 2025, along with the other comp plan, transportation, and parks and recs?
Well, if council approves this tonight on first reading, staff is trying to engage with the consultant team to make the changes to the document. It's going to take a little bit of time, but at least we'll have it on record that this is what it's supposed to be. And so that's enough for us to work. That's enough for staff to work off of for the regulations and the subsequent plans to make sure that they reflect that. These are changes, they're just going to take time because the consultant has been disengaged from this project for over a year, and they've moved on to other projects. So we need to re-engage them, and they need to fit it within their work schedule to actually make these updates. But that would not preclude council from adopting this comprehensive plan with these proposed conditions and changes to the document for staff to implement. Yeah.
Thank you. I have some more questions, but my time's up.
We'll circle back to you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So looking at the affidavit of, let me see, the application, I guess, a public notice, under ordinance 26, well, I can't read it, it's too small, but it talks about the comprehensive plan. It says an update of the Commerce City Comprehensive Plan. Why wasn't that noticed as a, it's not an update of the present comprehensive plan that we have in place. This is a new comp plan. And so I'm wondering why that was noticed that way, because that's very misleading. And that's not a question, we probably shouldn't have said that, but why was it done that way?
I mean, technically, it is an update. You're correct. It's a major. We're replacing the previous thing, but I don't believe that's. We in addition to the notice, we placed articles in the newsletter and sent and the newsletter goes to every household. So we did a lot of notice around what this was on other forums and through other means. And so I'm hearing what you're saying, and I understand why you're saying that. I do.
So would it be proper, because I've spent a lot of time trying to really work on this. I looked up the statute, and I think there was some information that was put out that might have been, again, a little bit misleading. I've also looked at the charter, and I believe, looking at all of this, I think this needs to go back to the Planning Commission rather than, and it should go back to the Planning Commission after the new members and some of the present members, or the members that were there before the new members recently joined. I think that there should be some kind of training for those people before they really look at this for the changes. Is that possible?
Yes, the council can remand this back to the Planning Commission.
Because according to the charter, it's really the Planning Commission who makes the changes. Is that correct?
I can pull up the charter, but I believe the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to City Council, and City Council adopts it by ordinance.
But they make the recommendations for the changes. We made the recommendations for the changes that are presented to us now.
Yeah, both bodies have both bodies, council as the ultimate approval authority for the comprehensive plan, have the ability to make requested changes to this document.
And I was on the 2010 Comprehensive Plan Committee, and I found this in my files, which is the blown up map that I had that was done on 9/27/2010. And I'm curious that we had that in place, and we had the opportunity to either work on that or make changes. And and I'm not really putting this on you to answer that question because you probably don't have the answer being new, but I'm wondering why we felt so compelled to reinvent the wheel and start over again rather than looking at this, seeing what we haven't done and what we should be moving forward on, and why there's so many changes from this that we didn't get implemented, and now we're starting over. So I'm wondering why.
Yeah, Councilmember Douglas, so this is kind of something that the new Planning Commission struggled with a little bit. And what these types of projects are not meant to go on for 4.5 years because of these reasons. That this project started, I believe, 2 councils ago. And that's where the table was set for the expectations for the project. In the supplemental memo, we included just a high-level summary of the scope of services that were advertised for consultants to do the comprehensive plan. But it's really important usually to do these comprehensive plans in a very intense period of time over a year to 2 years, but not have it drawn out. And part of the problem with drawing this out for 4.5 years, and this is just a professional observation, councils change, planning commissions change, the citizenry changes. And it's hard to keep a consistent North Star on these projects when those things happen over time. And I think a lot of what some of the council members are struggling with, and I do know some of the planning commissioners struggle with this as well, is that you have not, this particular council was not guiding the project from the beginning. And the only thing I can just remind council is that this has come up a number of, these things don't happen in a vacuum. The councils are brought along and their input is sought throughout the process. And I apologize since I wasn't here, but I believe that has occurred with this council a couple of times. And so we do that to get the council's input on this document before it's finalized and drafted and presented to council for adoption. And that has happened here, but it's happened over 4.5 years, not over the current term of this council. And that's kind of where the struggle is, and I acknowledge that. That's an issue with this project lasting for so long. So right now what we're doing is council has to weigh, was the community input that was sought for this, was the citizen advisory boards, was the working groups that the various council appointed, was the previous planning commission input to this, was the public engagement that was done for this sufficient or not? And if this council wants to move forward with adopting this, is the current draft sufficient for the current council, or do you want to do some tactical changes? Or do you want to not adopt this document? And that's what the board is, that's what the council is deciding right now this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you. I do have concerns about what this document is still as well. I know from about page 194 of the comprehensive plan, you mentioned that this has been going for 2 to 4 years. That should also have reflected state recommendations of spaces like the EJ Act. And I'm concerned going from environmental space. I think we asked last time, how did you define how did the space define environmental without including environmental health equity in each of the character areas? And the reason I say that is because the EJ Act is the state legislature that highlights where those DICs are and where they should be prioritized for equity. And I feel that not being expanded upon, especially in this space, given that we're Commerce City, that does influence all the other plans, so the transportation and the land use. So I would like to see if there is a way that we can remand this to new members of the Planning Commission. I know that we've heard other testimonies, of those members mentioning that they had other recommendations, that this wasn't throw the whole thing out, but there are specific recommendations like the not just environmental, but understanding the aspect of environmental health equity and the prioritization of equity within that for disproportionately impacted communities. And then having certain concerns with where to address where that could actually influence later on, because my concern is adding it later after approval, especially if it's going to influence transportation and land use. How are we really defining for environmental, but then since it's been 2 to 4 years, incorporating other policies that because of our agencies and local municipalities, we should be trying to implement.
Did you have a question?
Yes, how are we including environmental health equity in the character areas to highlight disproportionately impacted community and prioritize equity because they are not all equal?
Yeah, so Councilmember Chacon, I did look through the document with this in mind, and there is some aspects of it. It's not as robust as I think you're articulating, but there are some policies in this document that talk about involving lower income and minority populations in environmental decisions and how they impact the services and improvements within the city. That's on page 235. It was implementation item 7-10.11. On page 62, there's a policy that talks about food security and evaluating the city for underserved areas with respect to that. On page 123 and the 270 in industrial district, there's references to an environmental assessment that the city was undertaking during the comprehensive plan project and how that should inform some of the issues that you're articulating for. And so there's some very high level policies in this document that speak to those environmental issues. Could there be more? Yes. And that's where either we can tackle that through a separate initiative because that wasn't included in the budget or the scope for this particular project. Again, things change over 4 years. Or it could be something as part of a major update to this comprehensive plan. In addition to other things we might want to update in the plan itself in the future as well. So this is not meant to be a static document. It's meant to be a starting point. And if we need to update this, or if we need to do topical plans, like a transportation plan, but one focused on environmental issues, that could be something that council requests and budgets for, and we move forward with that particular type of project.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, I'll get to you in a minute, but Councilmember Dukes has raised his hand and he hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for, I guess my question is around just restating what I heard in our last meeting. And the first part of this is something that when I talk with City Manager Rogers, and tell me if I'm wrong, this comprehensive plan costs us as a city $270,000. Is that correct?
I believe that's the budget for this. Yes.
So $270,000 from our taxpayers that keep, we need a decision at some point. If we restart this process again, it may be more than $270,000 to start from scratch all over again, correct?
That's correct.
And the reason that reason we have to go back to the consultants, because they've been on hold for 1.5 years, because we chose not to continue to pay them for 1.5 years of no work. Is that correct?
Yeah, they delivered the draft document, and this was about 1 year ago. The draft document was intended to go through the adoption process,
Okay.
and that did not happen in a timely manner.
After we spent $270,000 on this process. If we can look at page 6, I just want to reiterate what I heard you say around the comp plan. And we've heard this say before in some of our meetings around, this is the menu and then the other pieces are the ingredients, right? So on a basic level, a comp plan, sorry, not page 6, I mean your slide shows 6.
Oh.
On a basic level, the comp plan sets the stage, and then the ingredients around it have to match it. So at a state level, the transportation plan and everything else around it has to meet the expectations of the comp plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we want consistency across all our plan documents.
And so if we approve this plan that costs our taxpayers $270,000 over the course of 4 years, this helps set the table to get things in motion so that we can make sure all the other plans, whether it's law, regulatory, or budget, all aligns to a common vision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
My other question is around, you articulated this great, around the key questions we ask ourselves is, do we feel it's sufficient to have the voice of the community, not our voices alone, but the voice of the community that had input in community outreach? And when I look at page 10, I brought this up the last time, we talked about over 36,000 touch points. How many advisory committees? We included the development community, and we had stakeholder emails, newsletters, online engagements at 6,000. How, in your professional experience, how much more outreach can you do to get input is that we're not seeing on this page today?
Yeah, that's a hard question.
Okay.
That's a hard question to answer because I wasn't involved with the beginning of this. But like the goal for plans, just in general, is to make sure that we're casting the widest net possible, meeting people where they're at, and getting their input.
Okay.
And there's many tools of how to do that. And I think what this is trying to convey to council is this was the sum of the engagement for this particular project.
Okay.
Yeah.
And from my understanding, I know a little bit about community engagement and stakeholder feedback. At some point, it's oversaturation. You get similar comments over and over after you hit a threshold. Is that correct?
Sometimes that happens, yes. Yeah.
So after 36,000 touch points, $270,000, 4 years, and if you go on page 11 on the slideshow, sorry, this is a map of engagement. Is that right? So we touched every part of the city. Is that correct? Or it looks like north and south?
Yeah, these were
West?
the physical engagement points, not the virtual engagement points, yes.
And then my understanding is, as well, is when I first came on council in January, we asked the planning commission for training, and that stalled out. We didn't have training for them after 90 days. Is that correct?
I'm not aware that happened. That's correct. Yeah.
Would anyone know that the answer? We were supposed to have training that never happened after 90 days. And so I guess my question, what are we doing? After so long, it's 4 years, 250, and that's, I guess we're in public hearing, but that's the big question. After $270,000, 4 years of reviewing this, thousands of stakeholder engagement, and knowing that we're going to revisit this.
I'm sorry, your time is up. All right, Mayor Douglas?
I have my hand up.
Oh, sorry. Oh, excuse me. Thank you very much. Councilmember Madera.
Have you, in your career, ever seen a Goldilocks comp plan? You know, one that's just right?
The best comp plans are the ones that reflect the community's desires. And so, yes, I have seen good comp plans that have robust community support. Yeah.
And in your opinion, does this comp plan have robust community support?
So that's kind of a difficult question for me personally to answer because I am in this job for 2 months. And so I don't have the benefit of my predecessors and my peers and the consultants' work on this document. I can say it looks like there's been a robust engagement process through the initial stages of the comprehensive plan. Again, this document was prepared and ready to be adopted about a year ago. And what I can't speak for is like the community has changed since that engagement has has happened. So you're kind of asking me a tough question, Councilmember Madera. Yeah.
When did that community engagement start?
Yeah, it started in 20. I think that the contract was signed in 2019, and it started in earnest in 2020.
And when did they finish the community engagement piece of it?
Yeah, I believe. Well, the community engagement has been going on until now. So the later stages of that has been more of an inform type situation, informing the public that this document exists and seeking feedback. But the high intensity engagement, I think, probably lasted through 2022.
Is it typical to have 4 years of community engagement in a comp plan?
It is not in my experience.
So we've kind of gone above and beyond in reaching out to the community and making sure that their views are reflected in this comp plan?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
I got a couple of comments here. So definition of a filibuster is an action as a prolonged speech that obstructs progress in a legislative assembly while not technically contravening the required procedure. I feel like this is what is happening. Had we done our actual research to actually review all of this prior to, we should have been able to provide those conversations and those questions
Councilmember
that
Kim,
people
please form
have
a question.
in advance over
This
to
is
the
a public
staff
hearing.
to
You
basically
are
be
out of
able to have
order.
all of that answered up
You are
front
out of order,
versus
Councilmember
asking
Kim.
those questions over and over and over again. I think
Councilmember
we are at a
Kim.
point now, we need to get out of the public hearing to make a motion on each individual task that we have already talked about constantly over and over again. That is all I've got. Thank you.
Councilmember Kim, you are out of order. This is a public hearing.
It's a public
This is-
hearing that has gone on way too long as it is, that we've have gone back and forth constantly over and over again for a gentleman who's been here for less than 2 months, who has identified everything that has been done, that the city has done for the past 4 years. We need to figure out a way to get out of this public hearing to basically be able to go over the motions, the feedback that was provided previously, to take a motion on each individual one to see if we want to make those changes or not.
You are in violation of many of our rules of
Then
civility.
so be it at this point, because honestly, we feel like we're in a filibuster.
Deliberation is part of the process. This is participative democracy. This is not.
We also have a way to be able to provide the staff with the information up front so that they can answer those questions with the information they need, with the information we provide.
Please do not raise your voice. Let Mayor Pro Tem run the meeting. Do not be disrupted, please.
City Attorney?
I was just going to remind this body that we are still in a hearing. And I would ask all of you, we sat together on a Saturday to talk about how we're going to conduct ourselves. There's an opportunity to have discussion, but right now we are in the middle of the hearing where any discourse should be questions to city staff. It would be appropriate when those questions are done to close the hearing formally. That would be the appropriate time to suggest or state the comments and your feelings about the comp plan. That's all.
Thank you very much. Mayor Douglas?
Thank you. A question to the staff member who's been here for 2 months. Sorry that this is upon you there. He's looking at the 2045 comp plan and then the 2010 comp plan and the changes to, I mean, it's hard for me to ask this question because you may not have the answer, and it has to do with DIA technology, how it was labeled in 2010 plan, and then it's been changed. in the new plan. So that's my frustrations. Could you, if you can, answer why that DIA technology, how it was labeled in 2010, has been taken out and then put in a different category?
Yeah, Mayor.
It ends up being number 11. Number 11 is the innovative. Could you, if you can explain that?
Yeah, and I'm also Mayor, Assistant City Manager Tolbert is on the line as well, and he has a little bit more historical knowledge of the process, and so I'm probably going to defer to him a little bit on some of these more in-depth questions. But at just at a high level, Mayor, these character areas were kind of defined, and they share a lot of similarities with the DIA innovation land use that was in that's in the current comprehensive plan. So they have a focus on primary employment and supporting commercial, and there's policies around, and I made a note of this. Council member Douglas brought up a clean energy economy and being a leader in that. That's what the current draft plan speaks to in these types of areas, in the Innovation District, and also number 10 as well, the Den Gateway, and then the future land uses east of E470. So at a high level, I think they're very complementary to what the current comprehensive plan was trying to get at from a land use perspective. If the mayor would allow me to bring Assistant City Manager Tolbert on the line, I would ask him to expand upon how the character areas came about in this current comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. There's not much I can add to that. I think Jeff did a great job of covering it. Mayor, the intent wasn't to change the intent of the character area. It was to expand it some, but leave what was there in DIA Tech, that it would be a primary employment area. It would just have a different name to it than what it does now. So it was never to change the functionality. It was just to change the name and add some additional direction aimed at primary employment of various kinds.
Okay, thank you for answering that question.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Tolbert, while you're on the line, do you have the contract with House of Levine?
I don't have it with me, ma'am, but it's Jeff has it in the packet there. It's in the supplemental memo that he added Friday.
Mayor Pro Tem, is there, I have a summary of the scope of services.
A microphone?
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a summary of the scope of services that were included in the contract in the supplemental memo, but was there a particular?
Yes, I was curious about the date that it was signed.
Give me a moment.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like it was effective September 3rd, 2020.
Okay, that's, thank you, September 3rd, 2020.
That's correct.
Was there a pandemic occurring then?
I think like a lot of council, I've kind of forgotten the timelines of, I believe the pandemic started in March of 2021. Is that correct?
2020.
2020?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So there were, do you have the information in front of you that says how many public meetings they agreed in their contract to hold?
I don't have that without looking. I don't think the contract actually went to that level of detail. Yeah.
It was very detailed, and it specified 6 public meetings
Yeah, I believe that has been exceeded, though, if that's your
with
memory
House
of
Levine.
that. Yeah, yeah.
And was the contract for $750,000 that was approved by the city council initially?
Yeah, so the initial contract contemplated that Housel Levine, at the discretion of the city, would not only update the comprehensive plan, but also would update the transportation plan, the Parks Recreation Master Plan, and a couple more documents. And again, those were referenced in the supplemental memo. But the city did not choose to use them as the primary consultant for those plans. We chose other consultants to move forward with those plans.
If the funds were authorized, why did we decide not to use House of Levine for the other plans?
I will defer that question to Mr. Tolber.
The first one we decided to defer was the economic development strategy because they lost their economic consultant that was working on the project. And so they asked to be let out if they could because they couldn't deliver, they said. And then we just felt that we would rather have more locally based firms that to do the transportation and the Parks and Rec instead of their Chicago-based consultants. We felt we would get much more responsiveness, which we did. We didn't necessarily, Parks and Rec, I don't know that, I think they have a local presence, but they were much more engaged than we would have anticipated out of the experience we'd had. So we made that decision to use those 2 different groups, or three different groups, I'm sorry.
There was discussion at the time that there was inadequate help. Did the staff get involved in the preparation of this comp plan? How much is staff driven in this comp plan? How much of it?
Staff did a lot of the public engagement after their numbers. They exceeded their numbers. All the work that was done at the music in the parks, a lot of the work that was done at the 2 rec centers after Housel Levine had exceeded their limits, their numbers on their contract, our staff did. And then staff reviewed, made comment as drafts were presented. And as you know, staff did most of the study sessions that we did with council over the last couple of years.
And who drafted, what percentage of the draft did the staff produce?
I would say that Housel Levine did 95% of it, and staff mostly commented, corrected, asked questions, and got revisions. But the vast majority of it was done by Housel Levine.
Whose
and
idea?
all the graphic work.
Okay. Whose idea was the character areas?
That was a joint one that we came to. That's the way that most every plan that's being written in America now for the last 5 or 6 years is being written.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So on page 99, under Tower Road, High Plains Parkway, 81st Avenue, let's see if I can read this. Okay. Tower Road provides a critical connection in northeastern Commerce City, providing access to Denver International Airport in the city of Denver. Tower Road is planned to be realigned into High Plains Parkway to the north of 104th Avenue, which will create a continuous north-south arterial from Brighton to Denver. It says it is opening opportunities for new development in the area, but I'm wondering if this doesn't create another a path straight to Brighton for all those people using Tower Road to get back and forth. And I'm wondering if this doesn't create more of a pass-through opportunity for people from outside the city to connect to where they're going, rather than bringing in business to Tower Road as it was originally intended from the 2010. Am I saying this correctly?
So roadways, regional roadways can be economic drivers for economic development, in addition to mobility corridors. And so I think, Councilmember Douglas, I think you expressed at the last meeting that you were concerned that it would be a mechanism to further sales tax leakage from the city. And that's certainly a possibility, but I think the road in and of itself is not going to be the primary driver of economic development opportunities in this area moving forward. You know, the community is kind of nearing kind of a fulcrum point in economic development. And I believe our folks with the economic development plan that council is going to be reviewing next month, I believe it's scheduled for next month, can go into this in more in depth. But to some extent, you know, the way when businesses choose to locate, they look at number of trips that are passing by, but they also look at rooftops available that will frequent their stores and places of commerce. And at some point, there's a critical mass of population that will begin to attract different types of retailers within the northern part of our community. And I think that's what this plan is trying to set up, is that when we get that particular population tipping point, there will be land available for them to have those regional commercial and regional employment type uses. And to some extent, High Plains Parkway provides access to those lands and is a facilitator of that development in the future. It's really complex, though. Economic development is really complex. But I don't think not having access is going to result in a better outcome for that part of the city. It's not the primary driver of that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Adara.
I'd like to make a motion to close the debate.
Is there a second?
Second.
City Attorney Zarzaki, can I have advice here?
Yeah, so it's a fair question a number of council members are asking, but so we're in the hearing portion. My recommendation would be to close the hearing if there's going to be a motion formally. I have conferred with Bob's rules. There's no language discussing ending debate in the middle of a hearing. The rules only speak to opportunities to close debate on a motion that's on the floor, and it requires a 2/3 vote. So I just want to make sure that you're clear on what the procedural rules are.
Thank you. Then I don't think the motion is appropriate in this case. I will move to Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of questions. First, to our city attorney. We're sitting in a quasi-judicial manner, and I would like to know, normal hearings, we hear testimony on both sides, we hear from the public, and we make a decision. We are not doing that now. It seems like we are debating our own comprehensive plan. So question one. Question two is, if this comprehensive plan was to be approved, could the council not come back and make amendments on specific items at a later date if necessary?
So to your first question, yes, this is a hearing, and you're supposed to be acting as a quasi-judicial body. And again, that's why I was reminding the body that right now the hearing's ongoing. Questions should be posed to staff, not comments or, beliefs. That would be appropriate after the the hearing is closed. I will highlight that this is different than land use matters. And I say that because it is important. Under state statute, there's a requirement to have a public hearing for master plans, otherwise known as comp plans, right? Nevertheless, I think approving a comprehensive plan is legislative in nature, certainly. Because there's a requirement for a public hearing, that's why we're in the hearing context that we're in. The entire point of having a public hearing for a master plan is to get public input during the public comment period. To your second question, I'm going to restate it. I believe the question was, if this council were to approve the comp plan on first reading, could that ordinance be revised? In other words, could the comp plan be amended, revised, and brought back to this body for before second reading? Yes, the answer is yes. I think what you heard from Mr. Brazel was that he has reached out to the contractor to try to get those comments and edits done as quickly as possible, recognizing that they've been on the sidelines for over a year.
I guess my next question is, this young man's doing a great job of laying this comprehensive plan out since he's only been here a couple of months. But my question to you is, if we don't make a decision on this comprehensive plan anytime soon, we may go through 2 or 3 more of these employees before we get to a decision? I'm phrasing these things as questions.
Understood. I'm just the attorney. I cannot infer whether or not Mr. Brazel or anyone else would stay or leave. I don't think there's a legal question in there, but I understand what you're saying.
Point of interest is, you're not just the attorney, you're also our parliamentarian.
I am your parliamentarian.
Right now, I feel some frustrations
Yes.
from my counterparts that are up here at the dais, and would like to get to some resolve to where everybody can be somewhat comfortable that whatever decision is made, there can be amendments made, whether it be on High Plains Parkway or any other portion of this comprehensive plan from now forward.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. Just a question for the city staff. Is there anybody else here from the public that chose to speak or wants to speak right now?
I can answer that if nobody else will. No, we advertised on the agenda and the call for special meeting notice that public hearing, or the public testimony portion of the hearing was conducted on the 16th, and there wouldn't be further opportunity tonight since that portion of the public hearing had closed.
Okay, thank you. And looking historically, how many times have we had attempts at public hearing for this comp plan?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, Councilmember Dukes, but last week's hearing and then the previous time that the comp plan was brought before City Council or was discussed or determined to be relegated back to Planning Commission, I would imagine there was public testimony that night as well, but couldn't tell you off the top of my head without looking at our minutes.
Thank you. And with the comp, or with our Planning Commission, is there public hearing a part of the Planning Commission process?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so we've had a number of opportunities for public hearing. I would like to make a motion to close public hearing tonight.
I would not like to entertain that motion. I do have another
Second.
relevant question.
There's a motion on the table.
So I believe this question was already posed, or this motion was already posed. And again, Bob's rules is silent on hearings, right? So what it talks about is making motions to close the debate.
Oh,
And
but
that-
not public hearing.
Yes. So that is related to when there's a motion on the floor. And because we're still in public hearing, I don't think that's appropriate.
And so I want to continue the rest of the time. When I think about a question for the staff, what I'm hearing you say is the goal of a public, city attorney, the goal of a public hearing is to get public comment. We've had, is that correct?
That is correct.
And we've had at least 4 to 5 times for public comment in this process. Is that correct, an estimate?
That is my understanding.
And of that, once wasn't properly noticed, but the others were properly noticed for public comment, correct?
I believe that is accurate, but it was before my time.
And that includes the Planning Commission, our city council. Sorry to belabor the point, but it sounds like we had 5 times of public comment in a public hearing. And we just spent 2 hours last time in a public hearing, is that correct?
That is correct.
And we're going on an hour and a half in a public hearing?
Correct.
And this is my understanding, this document has come before this body at least 4 times in addition to the Planning Commission. So 4 times here in a study session as well as,
Point of information,
that's my question. How many times does it come before?
factually, please.
It's a question.
I do not know.
I could research the history for you, Councilmember Dukes, but between all the study sessions on individual sections of the comp plan update that's been given for the last several years, along with the introduction of the ordinance, the relegation back to Planning Commission, the last 2 hearings, I would say you're probably in that ballpark.
Okay. And is that in addition to the Planning Commission having a study session, public hearing, and coming back to multiple planning commissions? Is that correct? Sorry to belabor the point, but I want to.
I would defer to community development. That would be, I'm talking about just city council action.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter.
I was just going to make a second on closing the hearing.
Okay, we'll move on then. I'd like to ask my question. There are numerous planned unit development agreements covering the northern neighborhood character area, numerous. Not all of those areas have been built out yet. Some of them are not even in pre-app, let alone going through the process. So if a developer agreed to certain uses in the planned unit development agreement, but then the northern neighborhood's character area absolves them, for example, of commercial or some other resident-serving commercial in particular, or of some other use, or emphasizes something else, can they, what takes precedence? The PUD agreement or the new comp plan?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. So unless the property is rezoned or they seek an amendment, the current PUD would be the regulatory document over that development of that parcel. So what we're getting a little bit off here, but council will be looking at a new land development code regulations. And one of the conversations as part of that project are, do we eliminate PUDs in favor of more standardized zoning? And so I believe you brought this up at the last meeting. And the point was, unless a PUD is vested, city council can do a legislative rezoning of property as part of the implementation of new zoning regulations like the LDC. And so that will be a conversation that we have with council on that particular strategy is, do we eventually want to maintain the PUDs in the city, or do we want to work with them to rezone to the updated regulations?
You've been answering these questions really, really well,
Yeah.
except I'm not clear on this one.
Yeah.
Which, if there's already an existing planned unit development agreement with the developer hasn't brought in any plans yet.
The zoning,
What-
the zoning regulations on the property are what govern the development of that property. What I'm saying,
But there's usually multiple uses within that planned unit development agreement, multiple uses.
Yeah, the PUD is like a customized zoning ordinance for that particular piece of property. So yeah, the PUD articulates a menu of uses. It articulates development standards as well.
My concern, can you guarantee that we won't lose residents serving commercial with the neighborhood character area?
I think it strengthens the city's ability moving forward to either, when we entertain amendments to PUDs, or if we choose as a city to do a different zoning scheme than the PUD, it strengthens our ability to ensure that we carry out put regulations in place that carry out the comprehensive plan more consistently than what a PUD that might be in existence today might do. So and again, I think this is important because I think there was a conclusion that was arrived at, is that PUDs trump everything, and that is not necessarily the case. The comprehensive plan sets our goals and vision for development within the community, and the only time where we are limited from honoring those if a
Can I
PUD is
interrupt
vested,
just
yeah.
one sec? Let me interrupt
Yeah.
for 1 sec, because I only have 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
If there are many areas in the northern neighborhoods that do not have any commercial displayed, and residents are seeking more residents serving commercial.
Yes.
So you're saying that the comp plan would allow them to not put in the commercial that was previously agreed to in a PUD?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It can go both ways, but ultimately council has the authority to put in place zoning that reflects the comprehensive plan, and we'll have those conversations.
Point of information. How much time does a councilperson get to speak?
Under Bob's rules, 5 minutes.
Is there a limit to that?
A cumulative limit? There is not.
Or is that the cumulative?
So each member of the body is allowed 5 minutes. That is inclusive of questions and the answers to those questions. That's 5 minutes at a time. It's not 5 minutes total for an item.
Are we able to place a limit on the hearing similar to citizen communication or other types of hearings?
The body can certainly adopt rules under council policy to limit total amount of time for an item. I wouldn't say that this is the appropriate forum to have that conversation, however.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. I spent a lot of time researching and reading this material. Thank you. Do any other council members have questions for the staff? All right, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing.
I had my hand raised for a quick question, Boo.
All right.
Was there every effort afforded for language justice for a Spanish-speaking community when we were doing public engagement that might have included just a single Spanish-speaking or Spanish interpretation throughout the process?
Is Assistant City Manager Tolbert still on the line?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Chacon, we did have translation services available at every one I went to. I can't speak to the ones before I came to the city, but we did have either with our staff or the consultant supplying translation services.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now, I will close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2616 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any, let me do that first. Motion and a second. Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like to make a motion for ordinance 2616 and approved on first reading.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2616 by, I'm sorry. You needed to be quicker on the thumb there.
I need to be quicker. I want to thank you, city staff, and all the participants in this process. I know this is first reading, so we're going to have probably another long second reading, but I just want to make a comment around the importance of this. This is a milestone for the city to say, how do we begin to think about moving forward? How do we begin to not let perfection get in the way of good? And how do we create opportunities that we can still modify but represent the city where we're at now today? This is important because of the decisions that we're making are based on a comprehensive plan that was in 2010. And so we are kind of just piecemealing opportunities together instead of addressing the root cause. This is a step in the right direction. What blew me back is when we had a public hearing months ago around the dispensary. And there was a comment made here from one of our council members, and it really highlighted the disconnect where back in 2010, marijuana wasn't even legal as a city. And we had a lot of discussion around this public hearing because we were so far out of date of the debate that we took for a long time to just discuss that one piece of that. And I bring it up as an example because 2010, and my last time, what I said last time was like we had, pop culture was a completely different. Craigslist was a big thing to do, right? The balloon boy was a hot topic. It was just outdated. And so I think the idea of bringing together, reviewing a comprehensive plan, signals to our community, signals to our internal and external community that we weren't ready to move forward with your input. We value community because you stepped up and you've been a part of this conversation during COVID, during the online. I was a part of this committee, so it was online sessions, some in person. We had various staff members who staffed this over the last 4 years. And I want to say thank you for all the hard work the city has put together, and thank you for all the residents that put this together. While this isn't a perfect plan, it's not going to be perfect, we can modify it. This is a step in the right direction. And last, and I'll close with this, is that we want to work with the community for all of the community. This is the development community. This is our communities in the north, our communities in the south. This signals an opportunity to say, hey, we have a plan. And without having a plan, we see what happens around us. You see what Aurora is able to capture in terms of revenue. You see what North Glen is able to capture in terms of revenue. We see what Brighton has been able to capture in terms of revenue. And you put that in context of what's happened around us in neighboring cities. 4 years is a long time. 4 years is a long time. And the decisions we make today, we may not see the benefit this next 4 years, but we're on the right track because the decisions we made 4-5 years ago has opened the door for other cities to actually capture the revenue that we should have had. It says that we didn't have a vision. And so I want to make that just as a public comment. I'm excited about this opportunity, excited to move this forward. Thank you for the Planning Commission for seeing the vision, providing really detailed comments and taking the time in Exhibit A to do your work and say, here's how we can change this and modify. So I applaud you for the Planning Commission for taking the time to do that as well. So jointly, we make a decision together so we can move this city forward. Thank you.
Mayor Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, 2010, it's not up to this council to, we can help with initiatives, but when it comes to a comp plan, things were not followed up on others as far as developers. So that is part of the problem. And we're going to continue to have this problem if we do not, it's not about working with them, making sure we get them up off the table and do their job as well. So hopefully this comp plan will do that. Other cities have been waiting a long time. There's nothing to get done in 4 years. Those other cities have been waiting 20 years, 25 years before something came along. So the comment I like to ask, now we're in discussion here, with these amendments, is this part of what we're going to be voting on, or is that on second reading?
So currently, the motion that's on the floor is the ordinance with Exhibit A revisions. So there are a number of comments that were made by different council members in the prior hearing as well as this evening, but I do not believe that those have yet been included in the comp plan that is in the ordinance before you.
Okay, so those will be part of this into the second reading then.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I would, there's a bit of a caveat there, right? Which is, we have to be very careful procedurally here, right? I mean, we're putting community development in a place where they're taking notes, they're trying to make revisions. I don't want to speak for Jeff, but to the extent that there are Scrivener errors, right, that are non-substantive, I think they can probably catch those and fix them on the fly. To the extent that there's substantive changes, my recommendation would be, if there are recommendations that this body wants to consider, you do that by way of a formal motion. That way it is very clear on the record that the body is approving those substantive changes.
Okay. Would that be now, or what's going to be next here? So, because you just said a lot there.
I would entertain an amendment, a friendly amendment, to see if the motion maker and seconder agrees to it, if you wish to incorporate those.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, if I can offer some help on this. So as drafted, Exhibit A on first reading does not include the red line changes that we have identified in the supplemental memo. And so I would recommend, if council wants to adopt those changes, that they amend the motion to adopt the changes as identified in draft Exhibit A in the staff supplemental memo, and that will be clear enough for us to include that into the second reading ordinance.
Thank you for that clarification. Did you wish to make a motion, Mayor Douglas, to an amendment, a motion for an amendment to include the supplemental memo redlining?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for the supplemental red line and to include what was added tonight that staff has taken notes on.
Okay.
As part of this first hearing.
Let's see, the motion maker, I kind of said that the wrong way. The motion maker was Councilmember Dukes, seconder is Councilmember Teeter. Are you willing to accept that amendment?
No, I'm willing to accept the Exhibit A as presented in our packet briefing. And the comments tonight should be written up and clearly demonstrated what is said before we make an approval on those comments tonight.
Now.
Okay, hang on.
I
Your,
still have the floor.
no, your motion is not accepted.
Oh,
So
well-
it's now an unfriendly motion, so we can now make it a vote on your amendment.
Okay, I was just gonna ask, I just wanted to ask that since you're the presiding officer, you can approve a friendly amendment.
So I can, procedural questions here. So there's a motion on the floor to approve the ordinance, right? So the comp plan with Exhibit A. There was a motion to amend the primary motion to include the red lines in the supplemental, the red lines in the supplemental attachment that staff has provided, as well as the comments this evening. The motion lives with the body, right? We had at least one council member say they are not amenable to it, so that motion dies. So we are back to the primary motion.
We can do a vote on a motion of an amendment.
So someone can make a motion to amend the primary motion?
That's what Mayor Douglas did.
His motion to amend died, so he could
How did
make-
that die?
So we had a primary motion. He made a motion to amend. That motion to amend was basically not approved, which means it died. If it's a friendly amendment and anyone on the dais is not amenable to it, it effectively dies.
So he can remake the motion.
Correct. He could make a new motion to amend.
Okay. But could you clarify, Mr. Brazel, what you were saying earlier about what to
Yes.
include so that we have the
Yeah,
terminology correct?
Yeah, and if the city clerk can put my screen up, I do want to make it, I did not hear any specific amendments proposed by council tonight. So I don't have any notes that would reference any additional changes than what we're about to look at. So I just wanted to make that clear. So there were a lot of questions, but there was no directive that, hey, we should change this particular language or we should change, other than, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, I think we've captured, let me pause for a second. I think we've captured your comment in the previous red line, which is this last bullet point here. So this is what we would propose if council wishes to adopt on first reading with changes. This is the red line document. So this is the draft Exhibit A, revised draft Exhibit A that was included in the staff supplemental memo. On the screen. And then I do think it would be important because this last bullet point does not reference the connected corridor plan map. It only references the economic development framework map. And so that would be one change that I think we specifically heard tonight that was requested. So that might need an amendment. So let me get you that page number if you wanted to make an amendment.
For the council's information, do you consider these changes substantive, or are these things that say to you, oh yeah, that makes sense?
Yeah. So the first two bullets were kind of just grammatical and word choice changes. And as drafted, the ordinance allows staff to make those types of clerical changes with the approval of the city attorney. So that's already baked into the ordinance 2616. So the first two bullets are kind of in that family. The third bullet is a more substantial change, but it's not a major change. It was asking for clarification around PUDs. And then the fourth bullet point was a change to the gateway map on page 154. And Mayor Pro Tem, at the last hearing, you made a list of intersections which we weren't able to document, but we can go back and clarify that. But that's what that change is. And then the last bullet is the more substantial change. And what that would do is, this is to make sure that the economic development framework map matches the primary land use of employment and commercial for those character areas that have a forward primary and commercial land use on there, because the economic development framework map is missing those areas. And that was a main point at the last meeting.
Okay, since we are being, since we received advice and counsel that to potentially amend the motion to include this information, are you calling this revised Exhibit A?
I am calling this revised Exhibit A.
All righty, thank you. Okay, Mayor Douglas? Are you there?
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
Okay, so you can now, if you choose, make a motion to amend the primary motion by including revised Exhibit A.
And that's the red line version?
Correct.
Okay, I'm asking to amend the original motion to include the red lined areas
Revised Exhibit A.
with revised Exhibit A.
And is there a second?
I second it.
And who seconded? Okay, I didn't call on you, but, all right. Okay. All right, so because this is an unfriendly amendment, we now have to take a vote on it. So when you're ready, City Clerk?
I believe I'm ready. Your vote is open.
Okay, this is a motion to amend ordinance 2616 to include red lines in the revised Exhibit A.
And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes on the amendment.
Thank you. And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that motion wound up passing unanimously. Thank you very much. So now we go back to the main motion that's on the floor, which is to introduce ordinance 2616 by council as seated and approve on first reading. I will ask the city clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote. As amended. Sorry, as amended. Ordinance 2616 as amended. Oh, you got that. Thank you.
Ordinance 2616, an ordinance adopting the Commerce City 2045 Comprehensive Plan. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that is 8-1, and that passes. All right, I need a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Jukes,
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Madera?
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adjourn the meeting. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Also unanimous. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
so that.